everybody. I think some of you are in an ad, but but hello to those who are here. Are those flaming burritos, pillows, or chip bags? Either way, I love it. I love it regardless of what it is. But that is funny. Welcome, Aerith, Magistrate, Ironlung, Hellenic, Kansas, Writer of Thought, Norman, Documenter, Makokam. Lots of people, lots of colors. We have a very colorful chat up in here. I love it. Thank you for the cheer, Norman. Starting the day off right. Yes, you made it this week, Kansas. It is great to see you, and great to see a story from you this week as well. I really hope that your husband is doing okay. And Aerith says that he thought that they were barrels. That they were oil barrels. Yeah, actually, I think you're right. They probably are oil barrels. My first thought was burrito. I saw them and I was like, flaming burritos! Why is there another ad? You just got an ad. I'm sorry. But yeah, all I saw was just like a cylindrical turquoise thing. And I was like, yes, burrito is in fact the most logical explanation for this. And the next thought was just, oh no, like they're kind of maybe fluffy looking. Maybe they're a pillow. No, but they are a barrel. Amazing. Kenza says he's doing great. He's officially done with chemotherapy and in remission. Oh, awesome! That is so great to hear. I'm glad we got to hear some good news. Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
Kitty, what are you doing? Such a little weirdo.
Oh, look at Palmathemus' little bear waving. Love that. Also love Documancer's little bird on the train. I don't know how I haven't seen that before. Jet Set comes to raid and goes, hello, advertisement. Oh, it changes the color of the hype trains. That's cool. I was looking at... I changed the Twitch icon, and so... as I was just looking at stuff, Twitch was like, would you like to have a different color for your accents and stuff? And I was like, sure. I'm a fan of different colors. So I picked one. It's interesting to see what it affects. Thank you for the cheer, Hellenic. Very much appreciated. Documancer hype burritos. Now we need somebody to actually make that emoji for me. It's an actual, just very clearly a burrito, a tortilla on fire. Yes. All right. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're having a good day. And so, if you're new here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. It's usually a phrase of some sort. We all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. And 4 of those stories are guaranteed submissions, and 4 are encores. So the guaranteed submissions will be read no matter what. And the encores can get unlocked through cheering. So we have a calculating Wolf and Makokam and Death's Head who will help us discern when you have unlocked a story. We used to have a bar that would tell us, but the bar slowly was consumed by the void, and it is no more. So now we have people. Now we have people for that. So they'll tell you when you get to 100%. And there are 4 stories that, well, there are 4 stories that can usually be unlocked. Today's a little different, but usually 4 stories to be unlocked, so you get to 100%, you unlock a story. That is very much appreciated. It is appreciated by the people whose stories get unlocked. They love having their stories read and critiqued. At least I hope so. I assume you guys do. Whenever I say that, I feel like I'm being prideful and being like, oh yeah, they love it. They love my commentary. But maybe they're sitting there going, I don't know if I'd say that, Kaylee. I don't know that I love it. But hopefully they at the very least like it. But you're all here, so hopefully that means that I'm doing something right. But anyways, people like having their stories read, and I appreciate getting that as well. That helps to put the food on the table. I like food. So yeah, it is greatly appreciated. Either way, when you cheer. Yes. I think I saw some more cheers. What was that? I don't know what that was, but Bella's being weird. She is. There's like, I have a little knickknack shelf in the corner, and I don't know how to describe it exactly, but sometimes she'll like hide back there, and in the past she would only go back there if she is like hiding. But lately I keep finding her just sitting back there, and now she's laying back there. It's like, what? Like, she usually comes in here and won't leave me alone, so I don't know what the deal is. When your bar gazes into the abyss too long, the abyss sort of just eats it. Then people shout to do its job. Yes. I love the way that last sentence is phrased. Reads like Mako and Wolf and Death's Head all just like walked into this this place where clearly some supernatural disaster occurred, and then they're like, all right, nothing to see here, curtain it off, okay, we're here to do the job now. We used to have robots, but everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Amazing. Hellenic hurt me, anti-hero. Oh man.
Kitty, do I hear Bella? Did you come out? Yes. I spoke your name one too many times and you appeared. Yes, yes.
Well, the intention is never to hurt. The intention is always to help. So I apologize if I have been hurting you. Hey, you guys got a hype train. Thank you so much. Kansas, I'm so excited for this prompt. I didn't get a chance to read any submissions this time. Awesome. Well, not awesome you didn't get the chance, but awesome that you're excited. And we'll get to hear them afresh. Prompt 200, the void is hungry. Nice. Oh yeah, I should talk about that. Hang on a second though. Oh, thank you for the cheers, Mako and Death's Head. Very much appreciated. Here is the Bella cameo. The Bella bean. The Bella bum.
Kiki.
Okay, so before I forget, because I'm afraid I will. So, prompt 200. I have talked about this before. Whoa, Luna! Thank you so much for the nice big cheer. I haven't gotten to do this in a minute. I love the stream. And Mako, too! Wow! That is awesome. I love that. Yeah, hypey! I can't, whenever I see the extra E's, I can't help but see it as hypey instead of hype. But thank you so much. That is so appreciated. Yes, we are about to beat our last record. I don't know if that 9% is how much percent we need to beat the record. Whoa! Beat the record, or...
Cats, no, stop. My goodness.
Why do you guys like this one?
I guess it's good for rubbing your nose on, but you're gonna break it. I mean, you kind of already have. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Make his trophies. Now 80% of the way to 2. Awesome. Okay, I will mark that. Okay, 1 is good to go. And most of the way... Oop, nope. Nope. I don't want the whole thing. There. There. Most of the way to 2. Yeah, they're gonna have my fingerprints all over them, but my dad has these trophies, and they just like sit like that, and they love to rub their faces, you know, over on the corners, but then they knock it over, and they've already broken the corner of it. And he did that a while ago. And I think she might have just broken off another piece. Either that or I didn't get a piece last time. Cats do love corners. They do indeed. So you gotta add yes, not ease. What? What do you mean? Ah, nice. Call mine an edge lord. That's good. I like that. Yes, prompt 200. So we're gonna do something special for prompt 200. So prompt 195, our April/Easter special, was to redo a past prompt. And prompt 200 is going to be do a prompt that you missed. And actually, the whole reason that we did the redo a past prompt is because of this. That I believe it was Death's Head who had this idea. And I really like this idea. And when it first came up, it was kind of gonna be like maybe both. And then I was like, I can't decide. Like, do I want to do one I missed, or do I want to redo, ones I'm not happy with? And then I was like, I could do both. I could separate it into two. I could do an April Fool's thing. So I did. So before so 185 was redo, and then 200 is going to be do one that you missed. So that could be like the early prompts, like loving eldritch parents or swirling ashes, or it could be like maybe you missed this week's, maybe you missed Metamorphosis, maybe you missed last week's. It could be any one that you did not write for. It could be years in the past, it could be last week, but just a prompt that you missed for whatever reason. So that's going to be our 200 prompt extravaganza. So the reason I'm saying that now is because that means that there is not going to be a prompt suggestion thing this week. Because we have done and voted for 199, and the one for this coming week would be 200, but it's not going to be a prompt that folks vote on. It is just going to be this little Mr. Prompt extravaganza thingamabob. What was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh yeah, I will probably also, I don't know how many people use it. I might have been the only one, but I'm probably going to do the same thing that I did with the redo thing, and allow supporters to post up to 5 stories. So get those gears turning. Yeah, I mean, you can. Norman says, Uno Reverse, I choose your prompt as my prompt. Yep, you could do that. I think most of us have not done the choose your prompt thing. But remember, on choose your prompt, it is, it's not, pick whatever prompt, like, pick one out of your hat. There's a list in that prompt intro that you have to pick from. Right, yeah, Mako showed me hype instead of hypey. Yeah. It works a little better as just the E. What doesn't work for me is when it's both the Y and the E. Then it seems like hypey. My cat's first reaction to any new object is, can it give me cheek scritches? Yes, indeed. Oh, that meowy bow.
It is. Come here. Come inside. Come inside. Yeah.
Luna is super excited for prompt 200. We can go over old prompts and choosing the best one. So many to choose from. Awesome. I don't know exactly what list you're referring to, but if you guys know what list Death Set is referring to, go ahead and do that. Oh wow! Thank you so much for another big beefy cheer, Luna. Last one I saw, I just wanted to get a good boost. That is so kind of you. Alright, so it says that is 2 unlocked. Awesome. Thank you so much. And 30% of the way towards 3. But Antrio said that there's something up with the 4 unlocks. There is. So I will I will bold 3 letters so to show 30%. Okay, I will show you the list and you will see what I am talking about. So our prompt for this week was Metamorphosis. And as I said in my intro, this is a topic that is very near and dear to my heart. It is something that I use in most of my original stories. I absolutely love it. I was really excited to see where you guys went with this, and you did not disappoint. The stories this week are so different and unique and create such interesting scenarios to discuss. So very excited about that. So your list is our guaranteed stories are Aerith Winterfell, The Real Decoy, Hellenic Taoist, Makokam, and Writer of Thought. And then for our general stories, our encores are Kurisu, Aracnarquista, and Sheeny Radiation. So you'll notice that there's something a little off today. And that is because there were only 3 generals. Only 3 eligible generals. The other ones had not done their reviews, and so Kurisu or Aracnarquista were the only ones who could be chosen for the stream. And so I decided to use a supporter story as that 5th story to honor the people who did. Like, I basically had a few choices. And one choice was that I could have given extra time. Another choice was I could have done the stream with just 1 less story, done 7 stories, or I could do what I did, which is put a supporter person in that slot. And I decided to do that because I wanted to honor the people who did do their job and did get their reviews in on time. And if the supporters did that, then they get through. So I saw that Writer said that she is on a tighter schedule than usual. So I'm gonna bump the list. I'm gonna change the list and have it go, not like that. I'm going to put Writer first so that she can actually hear her story. But don't worry, all these are still guaranteeds. Because you are all supporters. Were there any eligible sergeants? Oh, nice. Eligible generals, eligible sergeants, eligible colonels. That could be a fun thing to do with like the roles or something. Writer says, "Oh, thank you. You're welcome." You might want to, sorry, Death said, you might have to retake your picture because I switched it. Eligible admirals. Yep, okay, there you go. Alrighty, Rue. Well, let us get going. And I guess, oops, I have to turn off my comments. Guess we gotta go down to the bottom where Writer is. Okie dokie. Kitties are curled up and cute, ready to go. Alright. Adolescence, Kyuseishu, by Writer of Thought. Japheth woke up into near darkness, but his eyes quickly adjusted to the dim red light in the distance. He couldn't recall when he had fallen asleep, nor where he was. One memory rang loud and clear. "Estrella? Helena? Are you all right?" He called out into the darkness. The voice didn't sound right. It wasn't the voice of a child. It almost sounded like his dad's voice. 2 groans answered, along with an "I'm all right," from a voice that had to be Helena, but it also sounded off. It wasn't the high-pitched wail of his cousin, but a lower regal tone that had to be from an adult. As his friends came into view, he had to double-check himself. Surely he must still be dreaming, or under the effect of some spell. These weren't the kids he knew, but grown women that answered to his call. And judging from their reactions, they thought the same thing about him. He adjusted his glasses, seeing if maybe it was a trick of the light that made him think that they were adults. Such a thing had to be impossible. The most recent memory he could place was when he was 9, and his cousins were at least 3 years younger than he was. Looking at them, he was in shock. clumsy, stubby children they were had been replaced by these long, mature-looking people. He had to see what he looked like. The nearest reflective surface he found was a pool of water laying on the ground. Looking in, his hypothesis was confirmed. His hair was longer, his jawline had broadened, and he'd even begun growing stubble. And now that he saw himself, he was immensely thankful that whoever brought them to this place had the decency to get them fitting clothes. But the thought of that brought only more mysteries to be answered, which his cousins echoed with their nods as he voiced it. Where are we? Who brought us here? And how long have we been asleep? Those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. And I did grab your questions, writer, but if you have any more, don't hesitate to ask them. Also, I will quick say, this is not necessarily a problem. It was supposed to be like this. I changed it because I kept reading it wrong. I kept reading it more like, he had to see what he looked like, not he had to see what he looked like. And so I italicized it to make sure that I would read it correctly when I got to that point. You want out, baby? And Bo is just sitting on the other side of the room, curled up and cute. That's cool. The hype moth looks like it has tentacles. Man, that would be quite the story to write about an eldritch moth with tentacle arms. Writer says, hooray, I don't think I have any other questions other than what I posted. I'm curious for your interpretation. Alright, so let us begin with writer's questions. Toastiness, nice and golden, perhaps with butter and jam. One, was this scenario too confusing, or was I able to get it across? Something like this scene I wanted to take more time with, but I wanted to challenge myself with the word limit. 2, I initially toyed with making it from all 3 of their perspectives, but the word count made it more confusing since I had to rush portions of it. Whose perspective would you have liked to see? Do you think it could have worked with 3 perspectives? How do you think you would react if you woke up and found yourself in a new place and nearly 10 years older than you remembered? So feel free to answer those questions in the chat. I guess I can. Whoa! Oh gosh, Palmathemus just posted indeed a moth with tentacles, and that is horrifying. Oh my goodness. But I guess, well, let's see, where do I want to start? I guess I'll just start with generally saying I really liked this story. And I really liked your use of the prompt. I think it's a very, very clear-cut metamorphosis is going on here, at least to me, but we can talk about that in a bit. And I think that you did a great job with it. So for the first question, was it too confusing? Absolutely not. It was very clear and straightforward to me. I actually think that that something to praise about this story is that so we, with these, writing group stories, they're meant to stand alone. They're meant to work as a standalone story, but a lot of us write in extended universes, and so sometimes that can be hard. And as far as I know, I think all of us try. All of us are always trying to write it so that the scene works and newcomers can completely understand it. But it be hard sometimes. I think you did an awesome job of writing a story that is within a universe but completely clear, and it is something that is also has always been there in the rules is it should be a single scene. Maybe I'll go grab that because I feel like you captured that so perfectly. Content 1 scope. Try to focus on making your submission a single meaningful moment rather than an entire story. I think that is something that can be difficult, and And I think that you fulfilled that role really perfectly. That you focused on this single meaningful moment. You didn't try to tell the whole story. You left some questions for us, but I often talk about the difference between intrigue and confusion. That confusion is like, I don't know what's happening and I can't enjoy or get into the story because I don't even know what the story is. And intrigue is like, oh yeah, I have some questions and then there are some things that I'm not quite sure about, but I still feel like I understand the story and I just want to know more. And I feel like this also did a great job with that as well. That, like, yeah, we're left with questions like, what happened? Why are they like this? How long have they been asleep? But it's not confusing. It doesn't hinder the story at all, at least in my view. It's like I said, it focuses on just this moment of them waking up. And I think you did an awesome job with that. I see Necromancer going like, Eldritch Moth challenge accepted. Yeah, that's exactly what Themis did. See, as for 2, so I initially toyed with making it from all three of their perspectives, but the word count made it confusing since I had to rush portions. Whose perspective would you like to see? Do you think it could have worked? Well, I have a question for that. Do you mean you wanted it to be third omniscient, and basically it's just from all of their perspectives you get a little sprinkle of all of their thoughts? Or do you mean you wanted to do scene 1, Japheth, scene 2, Helena, scene 3, Astrea, and, with like maybe some asterisks in the middle, and it's all the same scene and just 3 different perspectives? If you meant the omniscient one, I think that could have worked, but I think one of the reasons I like this story so much is because it is from Japheth's perspective. I think I've talked about this before, that I really like being inside of a character's head. Like, I strongly prefer first person and third limited. I pretty much never write omniscient because I just don't like the detachedness of it, because the reason I like writing is because I like being able to be inside a character's head and talk about what they're thinking and stuff. And so that's one of the things I really liked about this story, is you are in his head and know what he's thinking and feeling, and you feel the, whoa, what's going on? You can feel the emotion of it from his perspective. And for me, at least, I think it would have worked to be more detached in that omniscient space. I think you could have told the story in that way, but I don't think that the emotion of it would have been as impactful, and I don't think, for me personally, it would have been nearly as interesting. But maybe that's just me. As for doing 3 scenes, so I always feel like, how would I say this? I mean, I guess it's kind of what I talked about with like the story surgery and stuff. Oh, kitty. Come here. She's so funny. I opened the door and she was meowing at the wrong corner of the door. Instead of meowing at the place that opens, she was meowing at the corner. So, like I talk about with the story surgery thing, I feel like I find it a bit easier to do like bigger concepts in a shorter amount of time. So if I think about like, okay, like, could I, like, if I was in writer's shoes, could I try to write this and do this as 3 scenes but 1 scene? I think that you could do it. I don't think it would be impossible, but I think it would be difficult. I think that there is a lot of chance that it would be confusing and not have all of the necessary context. I also think it could get repetitive because it is the same scene from 3 perspectives, and I don't know that there would be that much difference. I don't know if they would have totally different reactions or thoughts, but if not, if they're all just like, what's going on, then I don't know that it's really worth having 3 perspectives. I don't know that would really add too much. I feel like, picking one, is perfectly valid, and showing their reaction worked really well. So to answer your question, I think you picked the best choice. I think that what you did was the most effective way to tell this story. Do I think you could have done it one of those other two ways? I do. But I don't know if it would have been as effective as what you chose. And then I'll come back to the fun question at the end, I think. Also, I didn't get the chance to read your other story, but I love the fact that you called your other story Teething and this one Adolescence. I don't know if they were, like, sequels to each other, but I thought that was... I liked the marriage of those titles. So I am curious. So one thing that I heard some folks I talked to talking about is that one of the potential critiques for this story is that it was a little repetitive, that it's just kind of the same thing all throughout, that it's basically he wakes up, he doesn't know where he is, and he sounds like an adult, and then they look like adults and they sound like adults, and so the whole story is just kind of like, what? I'm an adult, you know? And so I can see how that would seem repetitive or seem like there's not as much meat to the story as could be. Though personally, it did not bother me. I like I said, I liked it. I thought it worked really well. And because you went for just that single image and really hammered it home, that is what caused it to be what I said before about that rule of you focused on a single meaningful moment. And you were just like, this is the one thing that we're talking about today. They got grown-upified. And that's the topic of the day. And that's what the story's about. And for me personally, that worked. But I'm really curious. What you guys thought. If you guys were like, yeah, I found it to be a bit repetitive. I wanted some more to the story, or I wanted some more meat on its bones. Or if you were like, no, actually, I really liked that it kept it simple and stayed in that one vein. I really like the description that it sounded like his dad's voice. That absolutely feels like something a kid would be thinking at this point. That it's like, because I know it is interesting how voices work, because you don't sound like you think you sound, and so generally if you hear yourself recorded, you're like, ew, who is that person? Disgusting. And you kind of have to like get used to it if you do something like I do. And so for me, like I know from other people that my voice sounds a lot like my mom's voice. It doesn't sound that way to me. Our voices do not sound very similar to me, because I am hearing my voice, you know, through me and through my own throat and bones. The bone sounds, the bone notes. What's a rhyme for that? But all that to say, I do feel like if you suddenly got adultified, if you were a kid and then you became an adult, then even if like as you grew up you were like, no, like my voice doesn't sound like my dad's, it just sounds like me, I do think you'd notice that. I do think you'd be like, huh? That sounds like how my dad sounds. And so I really like that. I thought that was really effective and very much what somebody would think. And it shows us our first hint as to what's going on in a very emotional way. Like instead of just like, oh, it sounded deeper. It has that emotional component of, sounds like my dad. I think that's really cool. I am curious why it has to be Helena, because, like, I mean, it would depend. Like, her voice could sound quite similar. It could sound completely different. Like, all we know is that it ain't the high-pitched wail, it is now lower and regal. We don't know how different it sounds. If it still has some of, you know, the kid in it, or if it's like, that is a different person. But I'm wondering why it had to be, because it could be Estrella. It could be a stranger. So why did it have to be Helena? I'm also curious why you picked the word whale, because if you just mean it in a matter-of-fact way of like, oh, it's not like this high-pitched voice, it is a woman's voice, an adult. But using the term whale seems a bit judgy. Seems like, oh, like my cousin, she has the most annoying high-pitched wail. I don't like it. It's annoying. She's always trying to get stuff from me. Like, ugh. And so if that was what you were wanting to convey, kind of this idea of like, I don't like her voice. She annoys me all the time. I barely tolerate being around her, kind of thing. Maybe that's too strong, but you know, just that kind of those kind of vibes of like, oh, she has the most annoying wail. If that was the intent, then great job. That worked really well. If you meant it just as, oh, it wasn't high pitched, it's now lower, I think wail was not the right choice for that. I do like the regal mention though, because as far as I know, Helena is this creature of prophecy, and so, you know, her having like this regal tone, I think is a neat touch. That it's and it also, like, I guess it goes back to that emotional thing, that it's not just this matter of fact, like, oh, it's lower. There's actually a different quality to it. There's this regal quality that is unique to her and who she is becoming, and I think that's very cool. So, oh, hi. Cute kitty. I wish you guys could see it. Can I put it down enough for you to see it? Oh, sorry. Nope. Now it bonks her. I'm sorry I bonked you. I didn't mean to bonk you. Can I take a picture? You take a picture? That is the most precious thing. I love it. Okay, go to the stream chat. You are too much. You are way too much. And so that little paw, she's like reaching out to me with that paw, being like, touch my paw. You're so cute. Anyways, kitty distraction. So my biggest critique for this piece is quite simply this line, which I do not have, which shows I do not have much to critique about this piece. So the most recent memory he could place was when he was 9, and his cousins were at least 3 years younger than he was. There are a couple of critiques that I have for this line, and so the first thing is that when you are you and you is 9, you don't think, the last thing I remember is when I was 9. Like, that already implies that he feels like there's time passed, that he like knows he's older, because he remembers that he's not 9. But, you know, how he would remember it is more like, I remember that we were like frolicking in the fields and I happened to be 9. You know, it wouldn't be like, I remember I was 9. You know, it would be, I remember me, you know, me frolicking through the fields. I just so happened to be 9, you know. It could maybe work better if he was referring to them and going like, you know, the last thing I remember, like, I was frolicking through the fields with Helena and Estrella, and they were 6, you know, then, like, maybe that could work a little bit better. The other thing is that being 9 isn't really a memory. And so to say, the most recent memory I could place is I was 9, you know, that you might remember how old you were in a memory, but at least for me, I don't really remember. My memory is I was 5. You know, it would be like, I remember like taking a bath and I happened to be 5. Like that kind of thing. And so then that's the third thing to say, which is that a memory is a specific thing. You know, it would be like frolicking through the fields, or reading books in the library, or, you know, getting into trouble with Helena's parents or something like that. It would be a memory, not just being 9, you know, as a concept. I totally understand, like, why you did it, because it is important to note, okay, if he's older, how old was he? And so I do think that is an important thing to note. I think there are just more natural ways to note it, if that makes sense. Eddie. First I look at this chat and there's an eldritch moth, then I leave the PC, go make some coffee, get back here. The first message I see on screen is kitty paw alert. That ain't a good summation of this chat's varying moods. I don't know what it is. That is very true.
That is very true. Right? Right, kitty paw? Oh, so cute. Oh, you got goobers. You got eye goobies.
Anyways, I really like this next one here of they were replaced by long, mature-looking people. I do feel like that sounds a little more childlike. Like, they're long and they look mature. You know, maybe like grown up would be a more, they look grown up, but I think you already used that earlier. But that feels much more like how a kid would think. I don't know if a kid would think of his fellow kids as clumsy and stubby, because that is kind of the judgment of an adult. Like, oh yes, you stubby, chubby, clumsy little kids, you know. But as a kid, you're like, I'm regularly portioned, you know. I am just me. I am kid. I am not stubby. You know, I am the god of this new world. I feel like that kind of is, you know, that Doctor Who episode where it's like, yes, he knows that he's called Alfie, but he wants to be called Stormageddon, Dark Lord of All, and it's a baby. I feel like that kind of is how kids are sometimes. that they're like, I am Stormageddon, Dark Lord of All, you will bow before me. And they're 9, you know, they're just a tiny little babu. So I'll just say that is a more in-depth critique. Like, the story works perfectly as it is, and I'm not, you know, thrown off by it. But if you wanted to go that extra mile, I do think you could really take a closer look at, like, how would a kid describe a kid, and how would a kid describe an adult? Like, kids would be like, this is me, this is the baseline, we're great. And the adults would be, they're long and spindly and weird, you know? That kind of thing. Like, those sorts of descriptions could have taken the story to an even more awesome level, but it's great as it is. Yes, exactly. There it is. Massa posted the gif of the Doctor Who thing. And then I like the mirror scene. This is definitely a story. I know that mirror scenes can be heavily critiqued or disliked, but I tend to like them. I can definitely it depends on how they're used. It is definitely a problem if you start your book with, like, yes, me and my luscious blonde locks and green eyes, and it's like, wow, you are full of yourself, aren't you? You know, people thinking about themselves in a way that they wouldn't think about themselves. So I don't know if other people would dislike your use of a mirror scene, but I really like it. I think it worked perfectly for this scene. That's like, yeah, of course, he would want to know what he looks like, and I like that. I don't know. Again, this is I'm doing that thing where if I don't have much to critique, I kind of get into the weeds with my critiques, but he'd even begun growing stubble is a little bit of an odd way to phrase that, because, again, it kind of has this, passage of time within it, that it's like, oh, he'd begun growing stubble, as opposed to he had stubble. I feel like what he'd be thinking more in that case would be like, okay, hair long, jawline broad, I have stubble. Not, oh, I'd begun to grow some stubble. It's like, you know, I don't know if I'm quite able to describe why it feels a little odd. But yeah, it just feels like there's almost a passage of time as opposed to, why do I have stubble, you know? I like this little thought of like, I am glad that I have, you know, fitting clothes. And then I am curious, and then I like that, you know, it basically describes they're all thinking the same things, but he's the one who says it out loud. I like the way you phrase that here. And then this is a great way to end. Like I said, super intriguing. I want to know the answers to these questions. I think that is great. So I am curious because when I read the clothes thing, I was like, okay, so they got zapped. You know, they got zapped into adults in an instant. And then when he says, how long have we been asleep? I was like, maybe they went the long way. Maybe they've been, you know, asleep for 10 years actually, and their bodies actually aged naturally. It just don't feel so natural to them. So I am curious which one it is meant to be, and I guess like that, even though I was thrown a little bit while reading it, maybe that works in the story's favor, because that's probably what Japheth is thinking, that he's probably going, oh, thank God, you know, in this, you know, weird, when we got zapped by the grown-up Ray, you know, we got the right fitting clothes. And then he pauses for a minute and goes, or wait, you know, maybe we didn't get zapped with a grown-up Ray. Maybe we've been asleep. Though I guess as I'm voicing that, maybe that's what threw me, is that I don't get to see his change in thought process. Like, it seems like with that clothesline, like he's clothesline, it seems like he is thinking, oh, we got zapped by the grown-up Ray, and then the last line seems like he thought through it and went, no, maybe we didn't, maybe we've been asleep. So again, not that big a deal. It works as it is, but I guess you could have taken out some of the lines earlier to maybe describe a little bit of his thought process, of going from like him thinking like, oh no, like we got zapped, and then maybe we didn't get zapped, and then saying, how long have we been asleep? I am curious which one it is, and I am also curious if you guys think that takes away from the prompt. I personally don't. I think it, like, for me it works, because even if it was not a fast metamorphosis, even if it actually was normal growing up, they just didn't feel it. They didn't feel it. For them, it was a metamorphosis. Even if in real life it was slow and natural, to them it feels anything but slow and natural. And so it feels like a metamorphosis, even if, like, in real life it wasn't this fast metamorphosis. But I'm curious if that threw any of you. I just see Writer says, the actual answer is neither, but the real answer is spoilers. Well, now you have me extra curious. Now I would love to see you continue this storyline in more stories, because I do want those answers. I'm very interested in this. And if this is like what actually happened in your tabletop role-playing game with them, and like this is their lives, that they were kids and they got zapped into adults, that's really interesting. That's just really interesting in terms of a character idea. I really like that kind of character idea. I said before, I like the angst. I like the metamorphosis angst, and so I love, you know, this idea of you know, that the character having to grapple with, I am grown up now, but I didn't get the experience of growing up. I think that's really interesting. And as for your last question, not well. I don't think I'd react well. I think I would react even more shocked and horrified than they were. It's a weird scenario because, like, because I think that they, in a way, they got the worst time going from kid to adult, because that's when the most change occurs. But I think, you know, for adults getting zapped 10 years older, it's more of that, I'm older now. Like, I already felt like I didn't have enough years in my life, and now 10 got zapped out. And so, like, I don't have, you know, the time to do anything. I'm old now, you know. At least I feel like that's how I would feel. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
You're all warm now. Your little neck is all warm from the computer. All these perks with no XP. Oh, amazing. I don't know if that's continuing something or just a general explanation of what's going on. It's amazing.
Oh, it's a kitty. Oh, it's a kitty.
Okay, let's see what folks have been saying. Oh, and before I forget, I always forget to properly advertise my other stuff on the writing group streams. What you doing, Kat? Thank you. That works. There you go. But, so, Dracula... Oh! Whoa! Okay, she made a basket fall. I thought she made the glass thing fall for a second.
Baby cat, you are just making trouble today. You're making way more trouble than you usually do.
So, oh, well, she did ask for help. There's a service, or I call it a service, a newsletter, I guess. I think that's what we called it before. There's this new newsletter called Dracula Daily, where they separated Dracula into the actual... Dracula is epistolary. It is written like letters, in the form of letters. And so you have letters that happen on real days, you know? And so there's like a letter that happens on May 3rd and a letter that happens on November 5th, you know? So Dracula Daily, they took the book and found all the letters and all the dates that those letters occur on. And they separated it into the actual days, and they send the book, they send the letters on the actual days that those letters occurred. So Jonathan's first, letter, or I guess journal entry in this case, happened on May 3rd. And so they sent the first bit of Dracula out yesterday. And I was actually thinking a few weeks ago that I was like, Dracula Daily's about to start up, and that could be fun to read on the stream. That could be a great way to read Dracula and keep it in maybe more manageable chunks. And I was like, yeah, that'll be in like a month or so. And then yesterday morning I woke up and it's like, hi, Dracula Daily today. And so I started that yesterday. So there's a little short stream where I did May 3rd and 4th because I knew I'd be streaming this today and wouldn't have time or energy to do May 4th. So I did May 3rd and 4th yesterday. So it is already on the YouTube channel. I made sure to bing bang boom get the VOD uploaded. So if you are interested in that, then please go over there and watch it and listen to it. And hopefully, cross your fingers and toes that I will be able to keep up with it and continue to read in this way. That, yes, now I can see what you guys have been saying. The new emote is so cute. Hello. What is that from? That's really cute. Yay for still having taloids. Hellenic says, I think that's a good rule of thumb, actually. It's alright to leave questions unanswered if the characters share the reader's curiosity. Ooh, that's a good point, for sure. Yeah, I don't know if that's true in every case, but it absolutely is a good general rule of thumb, is that if the characters also have those questions and are also intrigued and curious to know, then that probably means that the readers will be in the same boat, and they'll also be like, oh, I am curious about this and intrigued to know, as opposed to confused, you know. Alright, so yeah, third omniscient. I don't tend to do first person in this universe. Gotcha. Very fair. But for this and denier, I usually use third limited. Gotcha. Nora says it's weird, but now that I think about it, I never consciously decide what perspective I'll write in, yet I dabble in all of them. That's really interesting. That would be a fun midstream question to ask about. I mean, I already wrote one down, but I should remember that you know, what perspective do you write in, and are you conscious of what you write in, and why, you know, do you pick what you pick? Aw, I'm so sorry your Wi-Fi is being dicey, Kansas. And Era says, I'm the same. Interesting. Era says, I feel like trying to split this same scene into 3 perspectives might dilute the experience. Yeah, that's a good point. And teething was a different verse. Gotcha. Especially with the short word count, I like its simplicity, says Kansas. Gotcha. Documancer can confirm, me hearing my voice for the first time ever. Why do y'all let me speak ever? Yep, exactly. How can we, that would be a fun prompt to play with. How can we make that into a prompt, like hearing your own voice? I guess that itself could be a prompt. Aerith says, honestly, I guess I found this story static in that it didn't move forward very much in terms of action or reactions by the farmer kids. That's a good point. Yeah, for sure. That maybe the issue was less that it was repetitive and more that, and Kitty did something. And more that the kitty did something. Less that it was repetitive and more the fact that there's not a whole lot of change in what's going on. That he wakes up and he's like, my voice sounds like an adult. Their voice sounds like an adult. They look like adults. I look like an adult. Why are we adults? You know, and it's all the same question. I do think there is some movement because it's the movement from, huh? That sounds weird. They sound weird, to they look weird, I look weird, to what I think is happening. How did it happen? So I do think that there is some movement, but I do agree that there isn't a whole lot. It is very much more subtle movement, and so I can definitely see how it feels like it's the same problem that's being addressed throughout the story without much change. Oh, yeah. Hellenic. Philosophical question. Does everyone know what your voice sounds like except you? Or are you the only one who really knows what your voice sounds like? Yeah, great. Great point. A great question. And it is wild. Now you've got me, you know, in philosophy mode. Like, it is wild to think about that no one else is ever going to hear my voice the way that I hear it. And it is the same way for everyone, that nobody else will ever hear your voice the way that you hear it. And so it's like, but this is how you experience the world and you talk. Oh, it's weird. Right, I usually manipulate my voice for recording so I can pretend it's not me. I don't know if that's smart or sad. I feel like it's of my voice. We only know the third person version of your voice, not the first person version. Yes, very true. Right, says, I didn't know how to say it, but Helena has a definite accent compared to Estrella or someone else. Gotcha. Is it the vampire accent or something else? Era says, maybe I think that way because I'm used to figuring out what's going on in a situation fairly fast from the clues, so additional clues become too much for me, but that's just me. That's very fair, that this story very much pulls you along gently and slowly, that it's like, okay, like you could find out immediately from, it sounded like his dad's voice, like immediately you could go, oh, he's an adult, he's been adultified. And so I can see how getting more like, I sound weird, I sound like my dad. They sound weird. You know, I look weird. They look weird. It might feel a little too tutorial-esque. You know, you're being brought through the tutorial instead of, you know, in the game of things. Oh, man. Oh, no! Mako, I almost timed people out twice because I dozed off with my finger on my phone screen. So I guess if you get timed out by Mako, no, it's an accident. I am kid. I am small. I am 9. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, granted, you know. Something that I should mention is that I'm not around kids as much as Writer is. And so it could be that Writer is totally correct. That Writer knows that kids are like my stubby friends, my stubby clumsy friends, and knows that would indeed be accurate, and it's not. I will face God with my wooden sword, you know. The Peter Pan method. What is that referring to? Is that the I'll face God with my wooden sword, or referring to something about what happened to them? Peter Pan method, laughing while watching Wendy fall to her new demise. Yeah, exactly. Not telling people how to land, killing people when they get too old. What's the Peter Pan method in this case? Arms are long, legs are steady, stubbly chin, spaghetti. That's amazing. Hellenic says, I would count this for sure to my last question. Metamorphosis can be slow. In their case, it was hella fast. Okay, so you were interpreting it to that as either actually fast or just saying for them it was fast. At the very least, we humans don't molt during our nymph stages. It'd be creepy to shed layers of bodies lying around. Oh my goodness, that would be horrifying if there were like snake skin but human skin around everywhere as we grew up. Yeah, they might have gotten the best time of their lives skipped. Exactly. Yeah, that would be the other thing that's especially horrifying about this. Because if you go from adult to older adult, it's like, you know, you're not getting the happy, carefree days of your childhood taken away. Alright, so yeah, both my verses from different campaigns, one's ongoing. We woke up and recognized each other, but not fully because we were adults. We had to piece together what happened to us in the past to get us there. Interesting. That sounds like a really fun game. The Waving Bear is what I got from today's hype train, I think. Interesting. So I guess Twitch has has set emotes that you can get from hype train even if I don't set them. That's good. Prompt, whose voice is that? I like that. That totally works. I'll write that down. Whose voice is that? Because that could work for your own sounding weird, or it could work for who's talking to me. You know. In your own words, do I sound like that? All good. My autocorrect typed it, changed it to I'm your own words. In your own words, do I sound like that? Interesting. Okay, so she doesn't have a vampire accent because we got rid of that for convenience. She has what we refer to as an Elvish accent since her mom's Elvish, tends towards roleplay British. Interesting. Yes, hello ads. I'm too old to enlist. Stop showing me ads. Are you referring to the like General Admiral thing? That is amazing. I can't enlist in the Moth Army. Stop showing me the ads. I don't know what you're referring to about what tome to skip over, Miko. I see. There's a whole section for just hype train emotes where I got this boy. Nice. Oh, gotcha. The ads were for the military. Gotcha. I feel like my interpretation is funnier. I'm too old to become part of the Moth Army. Lots of Dracula gifs I see in the not-so-private chat. Aw, I'm sorry the ads ended up grossing you out, Palmathemus. I hate that. Missed what you said in regards to us having to piece the story together, but I'll catch it in the VOD. Now I'm trying to remember what I was saying about that. Yeah, I guess you'll see what I had to say in the VOD. Oh, gotcha. This time to skip over. Gotcha. Well, anywho, we have been chatting about this story for a long time. It has been a lovely long time and a lovely story. But we must move on. I think I'm actually going to go to decoy next. So let's do that. Alright. That Old Black Magic by The Real Decoy. Content warning. Thorvald lived for the thrill of battle. Unfortunately, Thorvald also died for the thrill of battle. A goblin clambered up his back and slid a dagger into his neck. His glorious beard was stained crimson as his life drained away. He didn't mind dying, however. And soon he would again meet the cleric's deity, Earth Mother Shantea. He liked her smell of lilac and lavender. She'd pop his spirit back in his body and he'd be good to go. Thorvald snapped to awareness with dread. The cleric was not on this expedition. There was no smell of flowers, no mothering bosom to wake to. Instead, it was cold and bitter. The pungent smell of rotten fungi and pine pervaded the air. An enormous figure loomed above him. It was cloaked in a thick layer of moss, hiding whatever massive body lay within. Lichen hung from the antlers of the broken stag skull that was his face. Sylvanus, the woodland lord. Hoarfrost chilled Thorvald's soul. It speaks in a language Thorvald cannot comprehend. He writhes. Thorvald tries to scream, but he can't. Souls are tied to their physical form, and his is changing. The dwarf resides in his body again, on the flagstones of the ruin where they had fought. The druid stood over him, cocooning him in unguents and chanting. He felt his soft flesh dissolve first. Fat, muscle, skin, tendons. They run like hot butter from his bones. He feels his nerves swimming in the broth, islands of grotesque sensation. Such warmth and vitality. His thick-set bones are next to twist and warp. Layers are peeled away and rearranged. The marrow seeps out to blend with the soup that comprised his form. He would vomit from the pain, had he a stomach and esophagus to do so. The bones begin to settle into new shapes. They are ice-cold and leaden. New flesh is knitted around them. He is weak as he tears at the papery husk. He sees arms that are not his, alien fingertips shedding his cocoon. Finally, he can scream. The druid looks down upon him. Welcome back. Throw out those tailloids and tentacles. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Death says, but he's not here though. That is too bad. Is he coming later? I should have seen that earlier, so I could have asked if he's coming later, if I need to move it to later.
Kitty, you want out? Oh, he's so cute. Oh, so cute.
The whole story I was having to pet Bella's chin to keep her from from getting on the keyboard and messing things up. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Tessa says, I was messaging him earlier, no reply yet. Gotcha. Norman, delicious dwarf soup. Oh, I didn't even see that you misspelled it. Dwarf soup. Delicious dwarf soup. It's too specific, but now I'm just thinking of that as the prompt. Delicious dwarf soup. I don't know how we could do it, but I feel like it'd be fun to do like a prompt extravaganza that's just like all memes that it's just like delicious jar of soup. Hey yo, I'm a moth. I can't have shit in Detroit. So like all those things that are too specific to actually fit the rules, but are fun memes. Alrighty, Roo. I greatly enjoyed this story as well. Prompt 202, good soup. Nice. I guess I'll start with the note. Well, hello, readers. A content warning, how novel. I'm not certain it deserves it, but I thought better to be safe than sorry. Poor Thorvald, learning firsthand the difference between raised dead and reincarnate. This was inspired by a chat around one of my tables of how different party members would act if they got reincarnated. The dwarf said they'd have the roughest time of it, especially if they became an elf. This was the first story where I really felt up against the word limit. I had wanted to describe both the battle more and Thorvald's final form, but alas, I needed my words for the change. Sylvanas even had some dialogue in draft 1, but I think cutting it may be more effective. Feedback on the scene would be most welcome, as toasted as you like, especially whether you can envision the transformation and whether my words captured it. And there is the title inspiration that you can watch on your own time. Content warning, hot soup. No, it should be prompt, good soup. Content warning, content's hot, you know? Okay, so speaking of content warnings, I actually... I need to offer a slight admonishment here. So, let's see. How do I start? So, a content warning is meant to warn about the content that you are about to see. And so, if you write about, like, suicidal ideation, then it would be content warning, suicidal ideation. If you write body horror, it would be content warning, body horror, because different people have different triggers, and someone might be fine with suicidal ideation but not fine with body horror, and so they can look at the content warning and go, you know what, that's a topic that is prone to trigger me, I don't think I'm going to read that. And so simply putting content warning and putting the tag for content warning there, it's helpful. It does tell you at the very least there is content in here that might need a warning, but it doesn't actually warn about the content that is in the story. So I didn't feel like it was a ineligibility worthy offense, but you are not the only person who did this. There was one other person who did this week, and so especially because it happened twice, I did feel like it was something that I needed to mention on the stream. So if you have a content warning, please warn about the content. And if your content warning is going to be long, write in the title CWC notes. So you can actually, I guess I could quick show you what I did on mine, because I did that on mine this week. Hello? Go. So here's my story for this week. So I have my tag that says content warning up here, and then I say here in the title, CWC notes. And so then you go down here and you can see body horror, gore imagery, ice cream, and arachnophobia. Because that was too long a list to put in the title. I could have done like body horror plus or body horror plus C notes, but I decided it'd just be easier to say C notes and put it in the and put it over here. Nice Day has used that quite well as well. I don't know if I can maybe I can find it. I think it was for Eldritch Girlfriend. Nope, it was not. It might have been Redo. Yes, it was. Can you guys see that? So like he said, religious content, see notes. And so then you go down here to the notes, and he's like, okay, here's my explanation for like what I meant by including this religious content. It doesn't mean to offend anyone. So that is, so if you are feeling like your content warning is going to be too long, if it's going to be difficult to put it in the title in any way, just say see notes and put it in the notes. But if you are going to have a content warning, please do warn about the content that people would see, because that is there to warn people and to have people decide whether or not they want to see the content that you are about to show them. The notes. So we're gonna do this alphabetically. Nice. Let's see. Go back. Content warning hot broth. Content warning cream of dwarf. That would be really funny. I don't suggest using funny content warnings on most stories, but I do feel like if you had said content warning cream of dwarf, I would have been warned about the content that was coming up. Uh-oh. Oh crap. I didn't turn the volume up from the music. I'm so sorry. Documaster says, content warnings triggers are unfortunately not as intuitive, especially for folks who are unfamiliar. It's to prepare the reader to see if they feel safe enough for the content as Antihero suggested. Yeah, that is a great point, Documancer, that for folks who don't really have triggers, who aren't bothered by these things, I totally understand that they're not always intuitive to other people. But for people who do have triggers, do have things that particularly bother them, they need to know if that thing that triggers them is going to be in the story. Dad said, I gotta turn the volume down. I was gonna say, I bet everybody bumped their volume up. Up 202, the perfect soup. Yes. Yes, Malathi says, after hearing so many soup comments, we might as well make a prompt for it. Yeah, totally. It would be interesting to see, because I do feel like you could do fun stuff like that. Like, you could do a nice, warm story of, like, mom making soup, or indeed, you can do soup made from dwarf, you know? Alright. Anyways, talking about the actual story now. So, I'm not super familiar with D&D, and that actually is going to come up again later. But I'm not super familiar with D&D. I have played it or a version of it a few times, but not enough times to be super familiar. And I only learned about the spell of reincarnate recently. Mako actually was telling me about, I think he said it was campaign 2 in Critical Role, which I do want to watch or / listen to. I really want to watch Critical Role. I just struggle to like sit down and be like, I'm gonna watch, a really long video. But he said that there's like a character who hates goblins who is reincarnated as a goblin, and I was like, that is my jam. That is my bread and butter. I love that. And so, learning about that spell, I was like, that is a tasty spell. I am interested in that. So I love that somebody actually used reincarnate in D&D as their idea for this prompt. I think that is a great use of the prompt, and I thought it was really fun. I liked it a lot. Irony, delicious irony. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, wait, go back. Okay, I don't think that he had questions. Okay, where do I want to go next? I think I'll start with my my praises. So my first praise is this first little bit is tasty. I absolutely love Thorvald lived for the thrill of battle. Unfortunately, Thorvald also died for the thrill of battle. That is a fantabulous first line. It really hooks you in. Really funny. I love that so much. I don't know if it means that like he died this time. You know, he lived for the thrill of battle, and let me tell you about the time he died for the thrill of battle. Or if it's more the sense of like he lived and he died and he always got brought back, so he was always fine, you know, kind of thing. We'll come back to that, I think. Really like this paragraph too. Hang on a sec.
Kitty. Come here, kitty. Oh. Yeah.
He's so weird. He just sits there, and his tail swishing a little, and then I look at him and I'm like, "You want in?" And he's thinking about it, and then I go to grab him, and he jumps away. I absolutely love this next paragraph too. That he's like, he didn't mind dying. He'd meet the cleric's deity. She smelled nice, and she'd put it back in his body. We'd be good to go. I love the good to go. You know, the casualness of it, and totally makes sense. You know, even though I don't know a whole lot about D&D, I know enough to understand what's going on there and be like, oh yeah, like the cleric has a deity that they are tied to, and they can cast a spell with the deity's power to bring him back. And now he's meowing.
And now he's meowing. You decided you wanted in after all. You decided that you indeed wanted in, despite running away. There he is. There's the bow, kitty.
I'd put him on the table, but Bella's on the table.
She took your spot. She took your little table spot.
The cat. Yes. So I think that's a great little explanation of why he's not afraid and why death isn't that big a deal. And I do think that this is a fun take on like the idea of death in a universe as well. That it's like that, you know, dying and coming back and versus dying and coming back as something else, very, very different things. And I like that it's not just this idea of, oh, like if you die, you know, you're gonna come back as something else. It's like, oh, there was a perfectly, you know, viable option where he just died and came back and everything was fine. There's just another more costly option. I really like your description of the Woodland Lord. He, like, sometimes people ask me, they're like, why antlers? I have, both Peter and Savion have antlers, and they're like, but why'd you choose antlers, though? And I'm like, because it's cool, you know, because it's epic. I'm always a fan of the, like, deer god imagery. It reminds me of the Leshy from The Witcher 3. It reminds me of the Nowhere King in Centaur World. It reminds me of Elias, I think his name is, in The Ancient Magus Bride. Like, there's just something so forest spirit, so mysterious and dark and powerful and in tune with nature to that image that I just love so much. Right? Antlers are awesome. Everybody knows that. Exactly. And so absolutely love this image. Like, I totally believe that this kind of creature would be the Woodland Lord. And the fact that it and I like that description of the broken stag skull that was its face, and you're kind of left wondering, like, oh, is this its face, or is it a mask? You know, has it become its face somehow? Like, there's like kind of that creepiness in that description. And I love that, it speaks in a language he can't comprehend. I think that is, that adds to the creepy mystery of it. I think that's a lot of fun. And then I like that the paragraph just ends with "he writhes," so that's also nice and creepy, spooky. I think that's really neat. I like you use this image a few times, and I really like it. So that I would like he tries to scream, but he can't. His physical form is changing, and it doesn't let him scream. And then we have it here too, like he'd vomit, but if he had a stomach and esophagus, but he doesn't, so he can't. And then at the end, he can finally scream. I think that really helps with the horror of the piece, that you can feel that it you're trying to feel an emotion about this. You're trying to express your emotion about this, your horror, and you can't even express it. And so then when you're finally able to express it, it's not even your voice anymore. That is kind of something I used in well, I didn't use it in the same way, but that idea of like when you express your horror at the end, it's not your voice, is something I used in my story as well. And so I think that is well done. I like that. I think you did an awesome job describing the transformation. The soup image is great. It is nice and spooky and horrifying, and I think you did an awesome job with that. It was not too much for me personally. I do think that it was still wise to try to include a content warning, even if you didn't fully warn about the content. I do appreciate that you tried. I am curious if it was an issue for anybody else, if you guys were thinking, I don't think this one needed a content warning after all, or if you're like, better safe than sorry, or this bothered me. Curious where you guys land on that. But it was not too much for me. It worked in its horror, and something. You want out, baby? Something that I don't know, I guess just that I did in my story as well, is that I really wanted to have a guiding metaphor. And I could have used a bunch of metaphors, and it would be interesting to try to rewrite it and use a bunch of different metaphors and see if that's more or less horrifying. But I like the idea of like, okay, what is this change like? Let's pick a metaphor and run with it and have it go throughout the scene. And I think you did a great job with that as well. We're like, all right, our dwarf soup is our metaphor. That's what we're going with. And I think, especially because that metaphor of, he's dwarf. I mean, it's not exactly metaphorical. He is turning into dwarf soup. But that image, I guess, maybe that's a better way to describe it. Not just a metaphor, but an image. That I think that really made the description work really well and stand out. Like, they run like hot butter. Like, I can just imagine, like, it feels too hot and they're sloughing off. Like, that's great. His nerves are swimming. Like, ooh, that's nice and spooky. Islands of grotesque sensation. That's a cool image. I don't know if I can really feel that as much. That's also something I was really trying to focus on in my story of like, I want them to feel it. I want them to feel the horror. So I don't know if I can really feel Islands of grotesque sensation because it's too general, but I do like that image. And it's interesting you have this image of such warmth and vitality, because that's almost like a good thing, that, oh yes, warmth, vitality, life, but it's in the dwarf soup. It's in the midst of him, becoming soup. And so you feel this like creepy warmth and like too much life, or a new kind of life, a new kind of vitality. That is really interesting. And then his bones twisting is great. Layers are peeled away and rearranged. That does kind of move away from the soup image, so I don't think it works nearly as well, but it still is nice and spooky. Marrow seeps out to blend with the soup. That works too. That again, I keep talking about my story. I don't know, but that is something that I would come back to with mine as well. Is that like talking about the marrow of your bones, like not just in your bones, that's horrifying enough, but go down to the marrow, like that's really horrifying, and I think that works well here too. And then I love the, he would vomit from the pain if he had the stomach and esophagus to do so. I think that is great. That is a great way to describe that horror. I think you did a very effective job of explaining the metamorphosis. I see Death that says, got a message, he's hanging out with friends. Very fair. He can catch the VOD.
Right, Kitty? You can catch the VOD.
And I do like that the druid is like, welcome back. You're an elf now. Just very matter of fact. Alright, so now to talk about the critiques that I have for this story. And this story was a very interesting experience because I have a pretty big critique for this story. And the weird thing is, it's not something I saw at first. It's one of those stories where I completely misinterpreted it. But the problem is that, well, I'll just go into it. I'll just go into it. So here is what I thought was going on in the story. So I read the beginning. I'm like, okay, he's dying, and I don't know what he is. And beard is a great clue that he's a dwarf. It's not enough. It's not enough to tell me that he's a dwarf. It's just a clue. So I don't really know what he is. I just know that he's a fighter and he has a glorious beard. Okay, I hear cleric and I'm like, okay, this person's probably in a D&D party. All right, and he is gonna be revived by her. All right. Then you say he snapped to awareness. The cleric was not on this expedition. I interpreted that as like, okay, he's slowly dying. He's like, all right, I'm gonna meet Shantea. And then he realizes, cleric's not on this mission. I'm actually gonna die. And I'm thinking that he's laying there dying and he snaps to awareness onto the battlefield. That he's like, crap, the cleric's not here. What do I do? That kind of thing. And you don't describe what the battlefield is like. You don't describe what's going on here. So when you say, like, okay, there's no smell of flowers, no mothering bosom to wake to, instead it was cold and bitter, the pungent smell of rotten fungi and pine pervaded the air, I thought this was describing the battlefield. I thought that it was like, oh, it's cold and it's empty and I'm dying. Like, I can smell, like, the musk of the fungi from the ground that I am laying upon. And this is a cold and bitter experience and I'm not liking it. And then, it seemed like, Sylvanas walks up to him. So Sylvanas sees him dying on the battlefield and is like, hey, bud. And then, I get to hear it. It's like, okay, like Sylvanas is starting to change his form. And then I don't know what this line means, and I will come back to that. But I got to this line, and I was like, I'm confused. I got to this line, and I was confused, because I was like, okay, like, first of all, it was not described where they were. So it was not described as a ruin. So I can't tell that this is different from the battlefield, and I can't tell if this is different from the battlefield. And I can't tell if saying it's a ruin means that time has passed, or if they just were in a ruin, if they were just fighting in a ruin. And so I'm going, wait, like he was in his body. Like, okay, he was laying there dying. Sylvanas walked up to him. He was in his body. So what do you mean he resides in his body again? And then when it says the druid, I was like, okay, that's Sylvanas. Sylvanas is a druid. That Sylvanas walks up to him dying on the battlefield and goes, I could use you. And starts, doing this spell to him. And then the spell happens. And so then when I got to the end, I was like, okay, the druid, still Sylvanas, says welcome back. And I was thinking that, oh, so he can't understand Sylvanas. And then he, transforms him into his servant. And that's when he can understand his words. Now he understands. He's saying, welcome back. That's interesting. And I do still really like that idea. If anybody wants to use it for a future story, feel free to. That would be fun. However, I don't think that's what's going on. And this is one of those things that I was informed of by somebody else. So here is what I think is actually going on now that I know. Now that I was informed. I think what happens is he dies. When it says his life drained away, it is not him laying there dying. He is dead. And he thinks this is where he's going to go. He thinks that is the afterlife, the limbo space he's going to go to. He snaps to awareness. This is not him actually snapping to awareness in real life. This is him snapping to awareness in the afterlife or the limbo space. He's, I am not where I am in a limbo space, but I am not where I thought I was. And instead, he's in this strange, cold, bitter, fungus-filled limbo space instead of the nice one. And the Woodland Lord is basically just a different god, maybe the Druids' god, not Shantea. And so then when it says he resides in his body again, he got shoved into his body again. That his soul went up to the Woodland Lord, and then he got shoved back into his body. And they just were fighting in a ruin, and that's where he was. So the druid is part of his party, and so it is not Sylvanas that did it. It is the druid that is doing it. And so the reason that the druid says welcome back is what I was describing before, of him being very, very matter of fact, like, welcome back, you're an elf now, kind of thing, that he's his buddy. So I like everything that you're trying to do, and I like both versions of the story, both my initial interpretation and the interpretation I now think is the correct one. I think they both make for great stories. The problem is that I think that the second interpretation, if that is correct, was very poorly done, was very poorly described. Because, and I kind of already talked about why it was caused, but I'll go into it in more depth, that there is no setting for the beginning. Like, we don't know if this is a ruin, we don't know if this is a fungus-filled place, we don't know if we're at a grand palace, we have no idea where we are. And so you're trying to describe a difference. And yes, there is a difference between lilac and lavender and, rotten fungi and pine, absolutely. But I don't have enough information to understand that that it goes from, hey, I'm going to this, I think I'm going to this limbo, I am in a different limbo. There's not enough information to show that it's, like I said, it can easily just mean I'm here on the battlefield, dying. And his life drained away, to me, is a very, we're in the process word. That if you said, even if you said as he died, I probably still would have thought this, but I feel like there is a way that you could have described that, or you could have added, another sentence later to show this is not the process of dying. He is dead. This is now the limbo. And then snap to awareness, like I said, to me, I much more easily assume, oh my gosh, cleric's not here. What do I do? I'm sitting here dying. What do I do? I think of him snapping to awareness in his actual body, not his soul snapped to awareness. I do think that if you said his Thorvald's soul snapped to awareness, I think I would have immediately understood, oh, okay, so his soul is somewhere his body isn't. But without that, I just think he's waking up. He's going to die happily, and then he doesn't die so happily. Especially because this line, the cleric was not on this expedition, seems like he is still on the expedition, that he is still looking around as he dies. It doesn't seem like he is now in an afterlife. It seems like, oh, I'm thinking about something as I lay dying. I do think that if you cut that out and done something like Thorvald's soul snapped to awareness with dread, there was no smell of flowers, no mothering bosom to wake to, I do think that I would have got it better, that we were in a limbo. At least I hope that would have worked better. I do think that I would have needed some description of the battlefield, a little something to help with that, so that I know, oh, okay, this is setting up that we're in a different limbo, not that we're just laying dying. So there's that. And then So it is not introduced at the beginning that there are people around him. I know, like, it is clearly based on D&D because we have cleric. I know that, like, he's talking about somebody else on the expedition. A party is not described. It is not described as, hey, he's, surrounded by his fellow warriors and he dies. It is just him and the cleric. And so the only other person who gets introduced is the Woodland Lord. Me and my reading and me not, being super familiar with D&D, I don't know who the Woodland Lord is and if he's a very well established god in D&D. I just think he's a cool character that you made up. And like I said, there was not enough to tell me that he's in the afterlife. And so I'm thinking, okay, new character, just walked up. He's alone on the battlefield, no party. New character walked up. And so, like I said, when I got to this line, I just felt very lost. I was like, what do you mean he resides in his body again? He's in his body. What was the other thing I was going to say? But yeah, so like it hasn't been introduced, hey, he's in a party, druid, barbarian, sorcerer, they're all here, but cleric's not here. And so, druid comes up to him. That hasn't been introduced. The only character who's been introduced is the Woodland Lord. And so I'm thinking, okay, the druid must be the only other character who's been introduced, the Woodland Lord. There is also another thing that I don't think I've mentioned, is that I believe that him being a dwarf was mentioned a little too late. That, like I said, the beard thing is great. It's a great description. I love it. And it is a good clue. It's not enough to tell me he's a dwarf. And so when I got to this line, the other thing that confused me is he the dwarf or is he something else? Was he not a dwarf before and he is a dwarf now? What's going on here? That was just another thing that made that line quite confusing to me. And then, so at the end, let's see, how do I want to go about this? Is that a kitty?
Nope, no kitty. No kitty, Bella. No brother.
So I really like that this dwarf became an elf. I think that is a great story idea. And like I said, I already love the spell of reincarnate. I think it is such a story-rich prompt. I guess that spell itself is a prompt. That creates some great opportunities. So I love that you went for this totally different, species, that he goes from little, squat, muscly dwarf to like lithe, skinny elf. I love that. I'd like to see it. I would like to know that he is an elf at the end. And because I got to the end and I felt like there clearly was a metamorphosis, but I couldn't tell what happened because all I know is that the arms aren't his. I don't know that they are skinnier, like, because you do say that where'd it go, he's weak, but that weakness doesn't necessarily mean his new body is weaker than his old body. It could mean he just went through a metamorphosis and it was pretty sucky, and so he's kind of weak after that. And so all we really know is that the arms aren't his, and so he could be a dwarf, just not a dwarf he recognizes, which isn't as fun. Still works, maybe, but it isn't as fun as he became an elf. And so I do think that there are small ways that you could have given us more clues, such as saying like he sees skinny or lithe arms instead of muscly arms, that kind of thing. But I actually think that it would have been even better, that it would have improved the story to be clear that he was an elf and actually include what he became. And I was thinking of saying, and I actually made a note last night about how like there was actually more that was, like you were saying, you wanted to do more of the battle and the metamorphosis. Both are great. But I was thinking last night, oh, you could have taken out some of both to show that he became an elf. That I feel like both are great, but there's just a little too much going on there, or not too much. There's a good amount going on there, but you have enough context to take some away. That you can take some of the soup images away and still have a great metamorphosis scene, and also show that he became an elf. And in some ways, I do still stand by that. I do think you could have, like, taken out. We don't need to know that it's a goblin that killed him. We just need to know that he died. We don't need all the soup images, though they're all great. But I realized, and I don't know how it took me so long to realize, but I realized that it there is a much better thing to remove. It's unfortunate that this would be what has to be removed, because it's cool as heck. You can take all of this out. If you took all of that out, pretty much all my confusion about the story would be gone in an instant. You don't need it. You don't need to know that he went to the afterlife, because it is not important to the metamorphosis. What is important to the metamorphosis is, hey, he died, Druid comes up, he died, Cleric's not here, Druid is here, Druid casts reincarnate. That's what we need to know to understand the story. We don't need to see him wake up in the afterlife, and the fact that he did caused a whole host of confusion for me as a reader. And so you could take that whole paragraph out and use all those words to give us some juicy reactions and show that he is indeed an elf at the end, if that makes sense. I think I went through pretty much everything. Let's see. Oh yeah, I am curious how he forgot that the cleric was not on the expedition, because that feels like a very evident thing that you would not easily forget. I can suspend my disbelief. As we can see, I kind of forgot to mention it, because it is the least of my confusions. But it is definitely a question that I initially had. Oh yeah, and I was gonna say, so I was saying before, I was like, oh, you could take some of the battle away. So I do think, like I said, I do think you could take away, we don't need to know that a goblin clambered onto his back, we just need to know he died. But I do actually think that, granted, this would not be a problem if you took out the whole part about Sylvanas. If you took out this paragraph, this doesn't matter. But like I said, I do actually think you needed more setting. If you wanted to keep this in, you would need to add more setting to the beginning for it to be clear. Oh yeah, so Thorvald tries to scream, but he can't. Souls are tied to their physical form, and his is changing. So was this saying that, he goes to the limbo space, and that's where his soul is, and if he actually died and his physical form was not changing, then he'd be able to scream. But because his physical form is changing, now he can't scream and gets pulled back. Is that what that's conveying? I do like the line. I do. Like I said, I got confused, but I do think that's a cool line and idea. Oh yeah, the other interpretation that is possible for you. When I read it to my mom, she just thought he went from alive to dead to alive again, and she was like, is that really a metamorphosis? So that is another potential interpretation when you don't have the context that, hey, he became another species, I think she might have missed, this line, because I do think this line shows something has happened, but just another interpretation. Okay, let's see what folks have been saying. I think we've been mostly talking about soup. Eris says, gotta say, I really like the vividness of the transformation during the reincarnation. Flesh melting like butter off the bones, grotesque sensation, excellent details that really wowed me. Absolutely, for sure. Dustin says, I just had the most horrifying idea for the perfect soup. Yep, I can see that prompt, offering some horrifying things. Hellenic says, seemed the right level for me, so no content and warning needed for Hellenic. Gotcha. Eris says, I was fine with the effects of the transformation horror. I didn't feel a content warning was needed, but I can totally understand people being squicked out by it. Very fair. Norman, decoy, hope no one got grossed out by this. The archive. Anybody else hungry? Decoy, I know it's a little horrifying, so bear with me. Us, delicious dwarf soup. Yeah, so like I said, I know that the smell of fungi was meant to be an allusion to the druid now, but I don't feel like there is enough information to tell me that, especially as someone who's not super familiar with D&D. That'd be a wild way to describe making a nat 20 death saving throw. What would be? Neko says, I think part of what was supposed to be a hint is he expects to end up in the arms of the Earth Mother, but instead ends up in the arms of the Woodland Lord. Yes, I do think that hint is there. Like I said, I do understand that it was trying to go for, hey, he expects to smell lilac and lavender, but he smells, rotten fungi and pine. Like I said, it just was very much not enough for me to get that, because it was not the battlefield was not described. Like I said, if it was described, if I did know where he was, then I would understand, not only is fungi different from lilac, it's also different from where he is. It is also different from where he is. I just didn't have that clue that it's not where he is. And like I said, I didn't have the clue that he is dead as opposed to he is dying. Nice. Oh, look at the cute moth. Oh, Documenter says, a little late, but an eldritch moth. A cute eldritch moth using the actual tentacle emojis. That is fantastic. I love that. That's awesome. Hellenic posted a little comic about, I guess it might be about the Woodland Lord. Be not scared, child. Venture deeper into the forest. Pay tribute to my shrine. I am one of the highest rated local deities, with over 3,000 positive reviews. That is amazing. Just the fact that having content warning saying something like cream of dwarf would be funny, yes. Nice. Yep, lots of soup talk over in the not so private chat. Antlers are rad. No one will be able to convince me otherwise. Exactly. Alright. Suddenly remembering there's no cleric to revive you would be a great way to be like, you make your death saving throw and stand up with 1 HP. Yeah, that's true. So this was a really interesting story because, I don't know if I'm describing it very well, but with other stories, like I say, I can get confused and be like, oh, I didn't understand the story, and so it was difficult to enjoy because I didn't get what was happening. This story, I did not feel that way at all. I was like, this is fun, I'm having a good time, tasty dwarf soup. And like I said, it's interesting because it was a situation in which I don't think that what you wanted to come through came through very well. That I think there are a lot of flaws in describing what you wanted to describe. But the interesting thing is that I was still able to get a clear picture. It was the wrong picture, but it was still a clear picture. And so I felt like I was still understanding, even though I wasn't fully understanding the story, but I wasn't confused by it, and I felt like I was still enjoying it and everything. So I really hope you don't walk away going like, oh, she didn't enjoy it, because I greatly enjoyed it, and I really liked your use of the prompt and your use of reincarnate. I thought that was fantastic. I just I just have to give the critique, because I think that what you wanted to come through ended up unfortunately not coming through very well, but the story that you do have here is fantastic, and I absolutely love what you did with it. The soup aisle sales are gonna skyrocket. All the writing group people just going to their local soup aisle. Amazing. All right. Let us go on to Aerith's story. Get ourselves some broth. Nice. Alright, I'll check for a kitty, but I don't hear one. Nope, I think he settled down somewhere else.
You think that, Bella? Because I think that.
Alright. Into Death by Aerith Winterfell. I held the flask up to the firelight and gazed upon the dark red liquid, which glistened like shadowed wine. All these years have led up to this moment. The long-held secrets of the vampire mystics have been duplicated by my work. All these years of my studies into necromancy and vampires seem to have finally come to fruition at last. I would become one of them, but not a slave to a vampire master, free in will and body. This would kill me, too. Only then would I rise to immortality. My hands shook slightly. I knew if this wasn't right, I would die, and it would all be for nothing. I couldn't let myself be swayed by fear. I stared down the flask and froze. Do it. Do it, damn you! I put the flask to my lips before I could think further, and began to swallow until I had downed the entire flask. I cast the flask aside into the fire and groaned at the new warmth in my belly. I could feel the coldness spreading inwards from my toes and fingertips. My body's warmth bleeding out as the chill spread inwards through my limbs and into my core. I collapsed to my knees and then the floor completely. I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my ears now. It was slowing as the coldness filled my chest. My body ached, and the pain was growing worse. I grit my teeth to keep from crying out. My vision tunneled by darkness as my heart ceased to beat. I gasped at the air, then my consciousness fell into darkness completely. I awoke lying there on the hard wooden floor. A smile of relief came to my lips. It worked. I ran my tongue over my gums above my normal teeth. And as I expected, I could feel the receded fangs that would descend for when I needed to feed. I sat upright, and still found I felt weak, but strangely not dizzy. My mind was clear, and my hunger was ravenous. Alright. Oh yeah. Throw out those tailloids and tentacles. Cheer for the story if you loved it. I realized that I did not double check these comments, so give me just a second. Okay, I think it's fine. Good story so far. I know, right? They're all so good and so different. This prompt was so good, as I expected it to be. Did I say tailloids and tentacles? Throw out those moths and monsters. Alrighty. So, wonderful vampire metamorphosis. You do not have to ask if this story fits the prompt. It is the prompt. And I love that somebody went vampire with it. I think that was fantastic. So this story reminds me so much of in the Jekyll and Hyde musical, and yes, there is a musical. It is great. Well, the soundtrack is great. I don't know that the recordings are great, but the soundtrack is awesome. The recordings of the video, I mean. I don't know that the recordings of the video are great, but the recording of the sound of the soundtrack is great. That's what I mean. Anyways, so there is a song in the Jekyll and Hyde musical that is called Transformation, and it is when he first transforms into Hyde. I absolutely love this song. I think it is. I love a lot of the songs in that soundtrack, but I think it really well conveys this idea of a transformation, and like how his singing transforms into screaming is really really well done, really cool. And I like that, like, the song before it is, I think it's called This Is the Moment, and he's like, this is the moment all my research has led to, and he's full of hope. Like, the song is very light and gentle and full of, you know, hope and happiness. And the beginning of Transformation is a little like that, and then the screaming starts. So I think it's, yeah, I really love how this song portrays a transformation, and this story reminds me so much of the vibes of that song. I think it's very well done, and I guess it's partially the I'm gonna drink something to do it, and I know I'm doing this to myself, and this is an experiment that might fail. I think it's those things that give it similar vibes to me, but I really like those vibes. It's like, this might fail, but I'm gonna do it, you know? This is the moment. So I really like that a lot, and I'm curious if this is the same Necromancer from the Moth in the Archive story, if this is the same Necromancer who's like, I could be hanging out with friends, but I'm here studying necromancy. If this is his, you know, continuing into his descent into madness, basically, where he's like, yes, I continued into necromancy, not friendship. And I chose vampirism. Be kind of awesome if that... Well, kind of awesome, but also a bit tragic, if so. Alright. I like your first image, the dark red liquid glistened like shadowed wine, that it's like, you could be fooled into thinking that this is wine, but it is not wine, it is blood. At least I assume it's blood, and so... And when you say shadowed, I'm kind of imagining this, like, silhouette over him, that he's like a silhouette, you know, swirling his blood. And I think that's cool. I like that image a lot. And, you know, you can feel the this is the moment, you know, idea of all these years that led up to it. The long-held secrets of the vampire mystics had been duplicated by my work. I think that the had been and stuff in there makes it a little bit confusing. Because it's hard to tell. You're kind of going, wait, who duplicated who? And I think it's saying, like, okay, the vampire mystics, they did all these things. I duplicated that. But the phrasing of it's a little bit confusing. I do think that I mean, you could just say, I have finally duplicated the long-held secrets of the vampire mystics. I think that could have been more direct and a little more powerful, ending on vampire mystics instead of by my work. Oh yeah, there is a question of if all these years, if that is repetitive or if that works. I think that you might have been trying to do an anaphora there. And so there is a question of, did that work for you guys, or did it feel repetitive? So this is one where I got confused, and I don't know how valid my confusion was. Kitty keeps asking the computer for help. So there are two options for this line here. One option is all my studies into necromancy and vampires. So all these years of my studies, you know, I didn't think about this before, but that could be part of it. It could be that all these years of my studies is a little bit clunky. So maybe going, all these years have led up to this moment, all my studies into necromancy. That might be a little punchier. But anyways, so either it's, you know, all my studies into necromancy and vampires seem to have Wow, I am finding so many different things. Seemed to have, I think, is a little bit of a hindrance too. That I think saying, all my studies into necromancy and vampires have finally come to fruition at last. I think that would make for a much punchier sentence that would flow better. But anyways, that's actually not why I'm here. That's not why I'm here at this sentence. Why I'm here is because, and it could partially be in how it just ended up getting copied over here, but I think I read it, in the actual Discord as well, like this, because it was my impression of the story for many reads. But I read it as all my years of studies into necromancy and vampires have seemed to come to fruition finally at last. So basically saying vampires didn't exist. Vampires as a concept, vampires as a race, have come to fruition at last. So either it's saying, all my study into necromancy and vampires, the studies of both these topics have come to fruition. Or it's saying, all my studies into necromancy have allowed vampires to come to fruition. So I am pretty sure that you meant the former. I'm pretty sure that you meant studies into necromancy and vampires, that vampires do exist. And just basically that it's not that he is creating himself as the first vampire. It is that every other vampire is a slave to a vampire master. That's how being a vampire works. He wanted to try a different way. He wanted to not be a slave to a vampire master, so he studied necromancy and vampires and created this serum or blood or whatever that has allowed him to be a free vampire. I think that's what's going on. I'm not sure. That could be something that was just a me thing, and maybe nobody else had that confusion, and if so, maybe it's not that worth changing. But I'm trying to figure out a different phrasing for that line that wouldn't have that issue. I do think it could have helped if you polished it up a little and did that. All my studies into necromancy and vampires have finally come to fruition. Or finally come to fruition at last. I think that might have helped. Kitty, do you want out? I do think that part of it is that phrase of come to fruition. It works as like my studies have come to fruition, but it's a little bit odd because to me this thing has come to fruition. It has come to be, it is a thing now. And so my studies have come to fruition. It does work, but it's a little bit stranger because, well, I don't know. So let's see. I'm just trying to think of how you could phrase it that wouldn't have that issue. I mean, I guess you could take out the necromancy and vampires thing and like all my years of study have finally come to fruition. It's a little awkward. All these years of maybe I don't know if this would work. All these years of studying necromancy and vampires. Maybe it's that seemed to have. Maybe it's the awkwardness of that seemed to have that. I don't know exactly what it was. There's a lot of different things that could have done it. But all these years of studying necromancy and vampires have finally paid off. I think maybe it's a little too modern, but I think taking out the seem to have finally come to fruition and using a different phrase, I think maybe that would work. Anyways, let's move on. I do like this idea, regardless of, what is correct. I do like this idea of I'm going to be free. I'm not going to be, a slave to a master. Free in will and body. I think that's great. I do like this idea of, this will kill me. I'm always a fan of spiritual deaths, and this isn't quite spiritual. It is a bit literal, but I like this idea of him going in knowing, hey, I'm gonna die, and either I stay dead or I wake up undead, and so I think that's a fun thing. I don't know if the phrasing is a little odd. This would kill me too. I don't know what it's saying in addition to. I think it's saying I'll be a vampire but also dead. It'll kill me too. But I do think this would kill me would be a much punchier way to do that line. Just saying, this is gonna kill me. It would be nice and chilling, But I do like this idea of it'll kill me and only then can I rise to immortality. And then I like that he knows that this could go wrong, that he's going, okay, if it's not right, this is all gonna be for nothing and I'm just gonna die, I like that he is able to know that. I think that's great. I like the do it, damn you, that he forces himself, I think that's great. So I like the description of the metamorphosis, but I also do have a big critique of it, which is that your first image is, I cast the flask aside into the fire and groaned at the new warmth in my belly. So I'm like, okay, so the image he's going for here is warmth. Interesting choice for a vampire, but all right. And then it goes immediately, I could feel the coldness spreading inward from my toes to my fingertips. My body's warmth bleeding out as the chill spread inward through my limbs into my core. And so I feel like I'm getting conflicting images. I feel like, okay, warmth in the belly, everything else cold. And maybe that's the intent, and maybe you want those, conflicting images. But to me, when I read it, I just felt like, okay, I'm imagining it. All right, it's warm. Like, this transformation is a warm feeling. And then the next line is, I could feel the coldness. I'm like, okay, it's a cold feeling. And I do think that sticking to one in this case works better, at least for me, that sticking with like, okay, there is a growing coldness inside my belly, that I feel this pit inside me, this chill deep in my bones, and it spreads inward from my toes and fingertips, and my body's warmth bleeding out. That might be another thing that could have been another thing that felt contradictory to me, that the cold, I mean, I don't know. I'll talk it out. So I can feel the coldness spreading inwards from my toes and fingertips. My body's warmth bleeding out. And that does work because, yes, like, he is getting cold, warmth is leaving. But those are two conflicting images as well. Not as hugely conflicting, but there's an image of like, okay, I'm imagining going out. It's this outward, bleeding out, image. Or I guess the first one is the inward one. So it's like, okay, I'm imagining this curling inwards, this coldness going in. And then the next image is bleeding out. I'm like, okay, I'm imagining going in. I'm imagining going out, It feels like I'm having to imagine conflicting images. So I do think that this image would have benefited from something more like what Decoy did, of like the soup image and sticking to that one image. And so in this case, I think just sticking to cold go in, would be more poignant and more punchy to go, I can feel the cold. It starts at my fingertips. It goes in. I feel it in my guts. There's this pit inside me, and it's that kind of thing. I think that would have been more punchy for me. And the interesting thing is, like, all these images are good. I do not think any of these images are bad. They are all vivid and great. I just think that next to each other, that they end up making a less strong image, if that makes sense.
You want out?
And then I like the image here. Don't really have anything to critique there. I like that he's trying to gasp at the air, but he can't get any air, anymore. I think that is well done. And then I like the waking up scene as well. It's like, oh, thank God it worked, I think that's great. It's always interesting to me which direction people choose to go with, like, if the fangs are always down or if they can recede. I do think it's especially interesting that he wakes up with them receded as opposed to waking up the first time and they're down. So I do think that was an interesting choice. So I do think that this last line was another thing that seemed to contradict for me, that when you're ravenously hungry, usually the last thing your mind is clear. And maybe that's a quirk of your vampires, but I have never seen that in vampire lore. It's not, it could work, it could work, but for me and the vampire content that I have read and seen, I've pretty much always seen it that when a vampire is hungry, and especially when they are ravenously hungry, their mind is gone. They are monster mode. Like, they are in a frenzy. They are in no way human anymore. They are an animal. And so that could totally just be a fun, unique choice that you made for your particular universe, and that is great if so. It's just something that threw me personally a bit as I read it, because I don't know for sure if that's what's going on, and so I'm going, regular humans, when they are ravenous, are usually, their minds are not clear, let alone a vampire. But I do indeed like that you ended on that, my hunger was ravenous, that, okay, this is great, like, here's all the great things about it that I'm excited about, and it ends with, oh, but I'm hungry. It is interesting that it works without it, but it could have been fun if you had him describe that he, like, prepared a meal, that either he has, like, a bunny in a cage over here that he's gonna eat, or if he, like, this would make it more horrifying, but if there was, like, a servant who's, like, tied up and that he's gonna eat afterwards, because he knew he was gonna do this, and so I guess that maybe he didn't want to tie, like, a servant up in case he actually died, and then they would just, I guess the question is, would he kill them when he became a vampire? So if he was going to kill them when he became a vampire, maybe he wouldn't care if they died while tied up. But anyway, so he knew that he was going to do this, so it'd be interesting if he had a meal prepped for himself for when he woke up. But yes, let's see what folks have been saying. Things in my history of search today. Chibi tentacles. Nice. Oh, that's cute little tentacle creature. I was so I see the gif that Mako posted of just a cute little tentacle creature, but the gifs don't tend to play when I because I'm clicking on OBS, so I was like, I should hit play to make sure that it's cute. And indeed it is cute, but so often those gifs go from cute little creature, horrifying in a second, Gotta leave my vampire master back faster and quicker. Nice. Nature's Guardian says, I wonder for the warmth to cold. I think it's warm, but his blood is changing. I'm guessing the scientist's blood type is vampire or something. That's why our lab friends turns cold. When I get really hungry, my focus is doubled to find food for a short time. I don't remember what it's called, but I've heard of it. Okay, so you're saying, like, maybe it's not saying, oh yes, my mind is clear and I'm, settled, but rather my mind is focused on food. It is clear in its desire for food, that could be true.
Kitty. Hello.
She always meows at me like I've done her done her wrong, that whenever I open the door, she just looks up and is like, meow, and then comes in. Okay, let's go over to the stream chat. Thank you for the cheer, Magister Aaron. I don't know if I just thanked you. Lennox says, that's very subtle yet chilling metamorphosis. I'm interested in what makes you say it's subtle, because I don't think I would call it subtle. Ira says, it's actually a different Necromancer character. Dang it, ads. Oh, I forgot you get ads. I would have paused if I knew that. But gotcha. Yes, yeah, that's perfect, Hellenic. That's way better than what I came up with. I should have looked down. The long-held secrets of the vampire mystics were mine at last. Yes, that works perfectly. Though I guess maybe that's not the line I was talking about. Yeah, no, it wasn't the studies line, but it works very well for that line, for sure. Era says, you interpret it correctly, Kaylee. Vampires already exist. A kitty?
Are you in weird mode? Are you in weird mode? You got the zoomies? Did you come in here to zoom and meow? Whoa.
Vampires already exist. In fact, they are a whole kingdom ruled by them. And yep, I meant studying necromancy and vampires revealed the secrets, allowing him to be a free vampire. Thank you for the ideas to rewrite the sentences. That's helpful. I am glad to hear that. Hellenic says, doesn't come to fruition and bear fruit mean the same thing? In my opinion, it feels premature to say this before he's drunk the flask. Yeah, that could be part of what... That's kind of what I was saying then. That could be part of what left me confused, is that it's finally come to fruition as saying something has happened. There is a fruit, a tangible fruit. But we haven't actually seen the tangible fruit. So that could be part of what left me going, oh, it's saying that vampires are going to come into existence. That could be part of it. Era says, I suppose I was thinking in terms of body heat being lost, resulting in a growing sense of coldness of the body's core being last to lose its heat. But I totally agree with the idea of centralizing the image more tightly would enhance the transformation. Yeah, that makes sense. But I still, it says new warmth, that he's, groaning at this new warmth. And so it doesn't really read coldness is spreading and this is the last place to go. This is the warmest place. It seems like, the transformation is causing warmth, but then also causing cold, if that makes sense. Era says, that's an interesting idea about ravenous hunger affects vampires. Something I'll have to consider. Perhaps an expanded version, have him waking up and struggling to keep his mind focused. Meal prep is an idea too. Had to consider that as well. Great critiques, Kaylee. I am glad that they are helpful. Oh yeah, tunnel vision, and to describe what Nature's Guardian was saying before. Yeah, exactly. That tunnel vision on food instead of mind being clear. But yes, great story, Aerith. I enjoyed it very much, and I hope my critiques were helpful.
Kitty, silly kitty.
So how many stories have we done? Have we done 3? Let's see, we did Writer, Decoy, and Aerith. So yes, we've done 3. I might still I can already feel myself getting tired. I think it's a little later. So I might end up doing Hellenics and then do Mako's after the break. It is still guaranteed. It is still a supporter story, just still, splitting it down the middle.
Kitty. Are you gonna be good for the story? It's a pretty serious story. You gonna let me read it, or are you gonna meow in the middle?
Let's hope she doesn't meow in the middle. All right. I will note that this review ain't lying. So this content warning. I don't know why I said review. This content warning is not lying. So if any of these topics particularly triggers you, you might want to take a little break as I read the story and come back later.
Kitty. If I held you, would that work? Can I hold you for the story? Would that help?
All right. Just Grow Up. Confessions of an Office Spellcaster by Hellenic Taoist. Content warning. abuse, neglect, breastfeeding. Some would say I was lucky to have a twin sister. Since succubi developed faster, she just pupated into an adult and was able to nurse me after Mom's bus accident. As my sister put it, what kind of quasi-immortal dies to an overgrown passenger tractor? She'd only had a voice box for a month, so, unsurprisingly, this was the first time I'd heard her shout. For the next 3 years, half the time she spoke to me was shouting. Incubi and succubi are both capable of nursing at any age past maturity, so there was no question of me starving. Abandoning me would have stained her aura so dark that none of our kind would ever speak to her. But that didn't stop her from thinking about it, aloud, constantly. 2 years I spent taking hasty, frightened gulps of milk as Nilen's chartreuse eyes scalded me until my black, leathery arms grew in. And then at least I could hide my face and only had to listen to her darkly muttering, "Just grow up already, fucking drain." Nilen was out feeding that night when I finally pupated, peeling apart my black, leathery shell like the world's toughest pastry, growing in bursts to reveal a lithe body of pale humanoid skin. I lay on the floor, nauseous with relief, for about an hour. Then I looked in the bathroom mirror at my short stature, my stately horns, whip-like tail, my blonde locks, my youthful baby face. I could have passed for a human of 14. My sister screamed when she saw me. "You cursed brat!" She grabbed me by the shoulders and shook me while tears coursed down her face. "Why are you still a child, you little pervert? What kind of human do you expect to feed you? How am I supposed to leave you on your own like this? Why are you doing this to me?" "It's not my fault," I keened, too frightened to cry in front of her. Looking back, I'm glad those were my first words, even though it took some time before I could believe them. I can't clap. Just pet the kitty. But throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. If it made you sad. Oh, purr. Can you hear? Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung.
Okay, you're getting heavy. I'm gonna put you down. I'm gonna put you down.
I wish she'd use croaked instead of keened in the penultimate paragraph. Yeah, I was actually thinking as I read it, I was like, I did not look up the word keened, and I'm not sure I know what it means. I just know he's not crying, but I was kind of thinking cowering. But yeah, probably would have read it differently as croaked. But hopefully, other than that, it was okay. Alrighty, we will start with Hellenic's note. Well, I'll probably get to the arrow story I talked about later, but I decided I should start on the story that fits the challenge for the prompt. I think I had to start this story about 3 separate times in the space of an hour before I finally got onto a thread that worked for me. Confessions of an Office Spellcaster. It was one of my more developed worlds in terms of lore and background, so choosing just the parts that were essential for the story was tricky. I wasn't able, for instance, to mention how after incubi and succubi mate, generally only the youngest of them sticks around to care for the children. I also didn't have space to mention how once succubi pupate, they're generally itching to leave the nest and won't stick around any longer than they have to in order to get their bearings and learn how to hunt, as it were, from their parent. So Nilen is so cruel in part because her instincts are telling her that she needs to leave the nest, and she resents having to care for a child just as her life is getting started. Ultimately, though, that doesn't make the way she treats her younger brother even remotely okay, so it wasn't important enough not to get cut. Also, it's kind of more or less directly Nilen's fault that Drain turned out looking the way he did. Their kind are very psychically sensitive as pupae, so being constantly abused, made to feel weak, small, and childlike, caused him to molt into a form that reflected the sense of self he'd internalized. Later on, he'll be able to use glamour to make himself look older, but doing so is a constant drain on his mana reserves, resulting in anemia-like symptoms. On that note, Drain's name is pronounced like drain, so his sister using it in that way was a bit of deliberately cruel irony. He's doing much better now, but he had a rough start. Questions. 1, obviously I picked a couple of really hard topics to tackle for this story. I tried to approach them sensitively and with consideration. How do you all think I did? 2, like I said, there were huge chunks of lore and background that I had to either pare down or leave out. Does the story feel whole with what I chose to include and what I chose to withhold? Are there any noticeable gaps where more detail was probably necessary? And of course, do you all have any questions for me? And so you guys feel free to answer those questions. Hang on just a second. Okay. Oh, a little Moxie. Oh yeah, like I guess Moxie is a little bit little childlike. That's interesting. Meow. Keened means a long high cry of mourning. Gotcha. So I guess in that case I read it a little bit more like a croak than a keen. Claps and cat pets. Yes, exactly. Alrighty, Roo. I'm trying to think where do I want to start with this? I guess I'll kind of start with one of your questions. I think you did an awesome job with these really hard to tackle topics. Because when I saw the content warning and I was like, I'm a little nervous, and I read it and I was like, oh, that was pretty intense. And I was thinking as I first read it, just in my head to myself, I was like, am I going to have trouble reading this out loud? And then I practiced it and I was like, actually, I'm okay. I'm okay reading this out loud. And the more that I dove into the story, the more I thought about it, the more I felt like you did just a really good job with these difficult topics where you didn't soften, the intensity of it. Like it still is it's really bad what's going on here. It's very dark, but it is done in a way that really works and was something I personally was able to handle. And I think that there's something really poignant and really transcendent in this story and how you tackled those topics. I think you did a really great job with them. I guess I'll just start from the beginning. I really like the title. I think it works really well, especially because like this line of just grow up, can be used in so many different ways. And so when you read the story, you're like, oh, is this, I don't know. It can be used like comedically, or like somebody makes a dirty joke and it's like, oh, just grow up, kind of thing. But realizing, oh, like this is basically something that his sister threw at him, like just grow up already. I think is really interesting and poignant. So I think that's something that added quite a bit of confusion that I don't think you had to say, that I think you could have easily removed it and the story would have worked just fine. Which is that it does feel odd that a twin is basically 3 years older, that they were born at the same time, they were twins, but she is matured for 3 years and he's, like a baby, or whatever he is. I don't know if he's full baby, but something that needs to nurse at least. And so it is an interesting concept, like if that's just, your concept of succubi and incubi, that like, the female sex demons, they mature so much faster than the males, that she's basically 3 years older than him, but they're twins. That is interesting. That is an interesting idea, but it is also quite a confusing idea. And I think you could have just said, I was lucky to have a sister, and we wouldn't have that confusion. We as readers new to your version of these characters, we would not have that confusion. And then there is, like, you can already tell there's almost this tragedy, and like she just pupated into an adult, and their mom had a bus accident. And so, although most of the story you really don't feel sympathy for her, you can see, I think you can see a little bit of what you talk about in the notes, that like she just became an adult, like she's ready to go, and now she's saddled with this responsibility, you know, of taking care of her brother. I'm also curious because this is not something I feel like I usually comment on, but when I first read this story, I very much thought that it was two sisters, that I thought the main character was a girl as well. And I did not realize that it was saying, since succubi develop faster, as in he's not a succubus, he's an incubus. So I'm curious when I read it, if you hadn't read it before, what your impression was, if you thought that the main character was the girl or a guy. Because part of the reason I bring it up is because the image was so strong to me. Like I felt very confident in my assessment, and I'm wondering why. I feel like the reason why might quite simply be that you said twin sister, and of course there are fraternal twins, there are brother-sister twins, but maybe like when you said twin, I immediately thought of like identical twins. I'm not sure, but I'm kind of curious if that was just a me thing, or if that was something other people thought too. And if other people did think that, I'm really curious what gave that impression, if that was it, or if it was maybe something else. But anyways, I'm curious about the overgrown passenger tractor thing. It feels like an odd insult. Because like we as a reader, we don't even know what a passenger tractor is, and it just kind of feels like a stranger way to describe like a car, as opposed to this is how a demon would refer to a car. I'm trying to think of an example. Like I guess, you know, I don't know if this is gonna help, but if you had a time traveler like brought somebody from the past to now, and then, you know, this person is saying a line like that, they might say like an overgrown stagecoach or something like that. That's like a stagecoach is what they're familiar with, and a bus would be an overgrown version of that, like that kind of thing. But passenger tractor doesn't really feel like, yes, like this is how demons would think of cars, and the bus is an overgrown one. And so it feels like kind of an odd insult. I'm also curious what makes this unsurprising after it's excuse me, because we quickly learn that most of her words to him are shouting. And so it actually, after I've read the story, it actually seems surprising that it took a month for her to first start shouting at him. So I'm wondering why he says it's unsurprising. Is it supposed to convey like, oh, like she hasn't talked very much, and so it's not surprising that she's never shouted before? But a little bit of a question. I really like this line here, like, for the next 3 years, half the time she spoke to me was shouting. Like, that is such... I feel like I'm not going to do it justice in my, like, praise of it, but there's something about... and I'm sorry, I had this here, that was a mistake. There's something about the way that you do that, like, here, like, half the time she spoke to me shouting, like, that didn't stop her from thinking about it aloud constantly. Like, there's this gravity to those words, there's this like time passing to that, of like, oh wow, like that was the first time I heard her shout, and that kind of seems like more of a neutral statement. And then for the next 3 years, half the time she spoke to me was shouting. That we feel the bomb starting to drop, I guess. That's like, oh, like that was, I guess maybe beat drop would be a better way to say it. That like, oh, that's a beat drop. That it goes from, oh, she shouted at me this one time, to, oh, half the time she spoke to me was shouting. Like, oof, that's not fun, you know? I really like this idea of like, abandon me would have stained her aura so dark that none of our kind would ever speak to her. I think that is such a great way to... Because this is what we often talk about, right? So that when you're writing in a larger universe, there is this struggle between too much context and too little context. And it can be really hard to figure out what to include. Like, when is option A and when is option B? And so I do feel like if you hadn't included this, that I would have been left going, she doesn't seem to love him. And like the first guess would be she stays because she loves him, but she doesn't seem to love him. So why does she stay? And so I love that you had this little line of like, she can't abandon him because it would stain her aura so dark that none of our kind would ever speak to her. And it works really well because it's kind of this selfish motivation that it's like, I can't do this because, it'll reflect badly on me. That it's not like I love you or I should care about you. It's this like, I would look bad. I would look so bad that nobody's going to talk to me. Hang on a sec.
Big cat. Just gonna sit there, are ya?
But I think that's a really well done. Like that answers a question that I'm asking. Hello, lighting. Doesn't want to go back. I'm gonna be washed out. There we go. I just have to do jazz hands.
Hello, Bo.
Yeah. Hello. Oh, and you're going to turn around, huh? I think he's going, I want you to come out here. I don't want to go in there. I want you to come pet me out here. But I think something to talk about in regards to like the context thing is that sometimes it's too much context and sometimes it's too little, right? And so with the reader has questions about the story. And what you want to do is you want to answer the questions the reader has about the story that will help them understand it better. What you don't want to do is answer questions they're not asking. Because if you answer questions they're not asking, that might either just confuse them with the information you gave them, or might make them ask new questions that you are not going to answer. And so I feel like this is a great example of like, a question that I as a reader have is, why doesn't she leave? And you anticipated that and went, let me explain that for you, dear reader. It would stain her aura so dark that no one would ever talk to her. I think that's really well done. I like that a lot. And like I was saying before, I really love this part too. That didn't stop her from thinking about it aloud constantly. Same praise as before, but there's also this idea of like, okay, like we have that explanation. She can't leave, but she is mad about it. She's mad about the fact that she can't leave. She's gonna talk about it. She's not just gonna complain internally. She's gonna think about it out loud, constantly. And I really love that beat drop of, oh, it didn't stop her from thinking about it. And so we're like, yeah, that makes sense. She'd think about it aloud. Oh, that's a beat drop. Like, oh, she thought about it out loud. That's not cool. Constantly. Now there's a second beat drop that it's like, oh, like, it's bad enough that she thinks about it. It's real bad that she thinks about it out loud, and it's worse that she thinks about it constantly. And that putting those one words as their own sentences, I think is really well done there. 2 years I spent taking hasty, frightened gulps of milk. I like the way that you phrase that, taking hasty, frightened gulps. I think I can really feel the hasty, frightened gulps. The shortness of hasty and gulps, really conveys that shortness and conveys the action going on there. I think that's well done. I want to make sure I know what color chartreuse is. Because it's either a really ugly, like, tan color, or it's a pretty purple. It is, well, no, that's, there we go. Okay. It is an ugly color. That's the color. So yeah, like I like that is a very unique eye color and a very ugly eye color, and I think that's a great image there too, and the length of the word Nolen's chartreuse eyes, and I like the cadence of that as well. And then I like this here too. It's kind of a similar thing to the beat drops before that, like, go, okay, like my leather arms grew in. At least I could hide my face, and I only had to listen. That before he couldn't hide his face, he couldn't look away. Like, that is so powerful and dark and well done that he's like, and like I said, I feel like I'm not gonna be able to describe it well, but I think there's just something about the way that you describe the character who is being abused, like his reactions and his feelings and stuff towards this, that is part of what makes it really work. Because if like you just did a story of, like if you did the story like from Nolen's perspective or from like a few feet away and didn't describe like this sort of thing, I do feel like it would be harder to take, because we'd just see this abuse and we wouldn't really see the effects that it has, or we wouldn't like that sort of thing. But the fact that it's like you feel the emotional impact, that so much of this story isn't just about, hey, terrible things are happening. It's, let me show you what abuse does to a person. Let me show you in the small ways and the big ways what happens when someone is constantly being abused and belittled. And that there's something so real and so tragic about those three things I just mentioned. Like, well, half the time she was speaking to me was shouting. And it's said so matter-of-factly that it's not said like, oh my gosh, isn't she just the worst? Like, she shouted at me all the time. Like, I feel like that's a lot of what people are abused, like how they end up reacting or talking about it. It's like, it's very matter-of-fact. This like, half the time she was talking to me was shouting. And there's almost this greater sadness in the matter-of-factness of it. And then same thing here of like, well, at least then I could hide my face and would only have to listen. That's horrifying. It's really sad. It's really dark. But it's stated just completely matter-of-factly. Like, well, like, at least I have this small comfort. And I think that really, like, you already, at least if you're me, you already really feel for him. But those lines just make your heart ache for him and really shows, like, the effect that that abuse can have on a person. I think that is just so well done. I do think your little play on words that he's a drain to her, he's a drain on her life, works really well, and is very cruel indeed. I'm curious why you ended up censoring it, because, like, at least if I understood what word you were meant to put there, I am gonna say it when we get to the stream, unless it's one of the two words I said I don't want to say as swear words. I'm just gonna say it. So I'm curious why you decided to censor it. I think I heard a meow.
Maybe I didn't. Oh, Anna. Oh, good girl. You mostly stepped not on the keyboard.
Well, except for the 3.
Meow, yes.
Alright, I really like this part too, that, like, first of all, we have this idea of, like, he's able to, I don't know if her being away was a coincidence or was part of what allowed him to pupate, is because she was away, and he was able to have this private moment.
Kitty, you want out?
But so like that I like that this is a very like lonely, like alone, well, maybe not lonely, but this like intimate moment, that's this private moment, that's the word I want, this private moment where he's able to, you know, become his new self, and she can't take that moment away from him because she's not there. And I like that finally pupated. Like, I feel like that sort of thing, like with the exclamation marks and stuff, could easily seem, I don't know, out of place or too much. But this works so well. Like, I can totally, especially because he is so matter-of-fact throughout the story, like him having that emotion of like, finally, like you can really feel that. I think that's so well done there. And it shows, like, that's what Nolen has been, like, saying, grow up already, do it, you know, and the fact that he's like, okay, I did it, like, she's gonna be happy, like, I can get away, you know, that kind of thing, works really well. I really like the way that you describe it as well, like, you know, peeling it apart like the world's toughest pastry. I can really imagine that. I can burst to reveal a live body of pale humanoid skin, like this very alien insectoid, you know, outer shell is, you know, pulling away for this very like smooth, gentle, vulnerable creature, you know, that we can sympathize better with, I think is a great image that is very striking. And I think my favorite part of that description is I lay on the floor nauseous with relief for about an hour. That really conveys the weight of it, because in these 350 word stories you have to go by fast. you have to get through events quickly, and so oftentimes with something like this, is that, like, at least for me, when I arrive at an image like this, I'll be like, oh, I need to convey that this took time. I need to convey that this took like emotion and like I want to sit with this for a bit. But it's difficult to do that. It's difficult to sit with that pain and allow it to breathe. And I think that you really did that super well with the I lay on the floor nauseous with relief for about an hour. That there's like this, and I love the nauseous with relief part, because the nauseous is like, oh, I feel sick, I feel terrible, and it's kind of the first. I mean, he said he was frightened earlier, but like I said, he's very matter of fact about things, and so we know he's going through sucky stuff, but he just kind of has to take it and not react to it. And so that's like an emotion, a reaction, a feeling of like nausea, that we could totally understand how he could feel nauseous about a lot of what's going on here. And so it's like, okay, yeah, I get that. And then it's with relief, though. It's like this negative thing with this positive thing, like, oh, like I'm so relieved that I'm nauseous. And it really fits, I think, for what's going on. It's like, oh, this is what she wanted. Like, this is what she was begging, you know, to happen. Like, finally, you know, I did what she wanted, kind of thing. Or if it's not what she wanted, like, finally, for me, for my sake, you know, finally I've grown up. Finally I can leave, you know, kind of thing. And I can totally see, you know, how that would create this mix of like feeling so relieved that you're sick. And I really like that image a lot. And then, of course, you have the time thing, right? Then you show for about an hour. And usually, like, sometimes just saying, oh, like, this happened for this amount of time, sometimes that won't actually convey time. Sometimes that it won't feel like time to the reader, right? That we'll know that, okay, it took time, but we won't feel the weight of it because we have to keep going. I really feel the weight of that. It's like nauseous with relief for about an hour. And I think part of it is because it's the last part of the sentence that, like, okay, lay on the floor, ooh, strong image. Nauseous, strong image. Nauseous with relief, ooh, interesting. For about an hour, like, whew, we have the weight of it keeps going down. And so when you get to for about an hour, it's like, oh yeah, like feeling that strong feeling, this you know, sick with relief feeling, for that amount of time, I think is really well done. It feels like I can feel that, and I really think that you used your words well, because like, this is your transformation and your metamorphosis. And I feel like, I don't know about anybody else, but I feel like that was something that was a question with this prompt, which is how many words can I spare to spend on the metamorphosis? How much can I talk about the metamorphosis? And so I feel like I bet that many people were like, I wanted to spend more words on it, I just couldn't. And I feel like you used less words than others did, but you conveyed a very striking image with them that I felt like took time and was able to sit with. And so I think you did a really great job with your words. And then I like I keep talking about beat drops, but I like the beat drop of this, that those ellipses are very well done, that you can feel him kind of going like, oh, this is what I look like, great, my youthful baby face. Like it is matter of fact, right? It's not, he's not going, oh no, or oh yes, like it's not either way. It's just like, oh, I look young. And it's not necessarily a bad thing or a good thing. It's just a thing that is unexpected. And I think it's well conveyed there. And then her reaction works really well. I like that my sister screamed when she saw me, that it's almost this idea of like seeing a monster and screaming, but instead of just screaming, she's there are words in the screams. And like this is the thing that he was nauseous with relief about. He's so happy that he finally metamorphosized, and perhaps part of that comes from, oh, this is what she wanted. Finally, like, I did what she wanted, but he didn't. He didn't do what she wanted. He didn't become what she wanted him to become, and she is unhappy. Instead of being like, oh yay, I'll praise you because you finally did that. Maybe he was hoping for some praise finally after all those years of abuse to be treated well, and he's not. She hates it more than anything, and that, why are you doing this to me, I feel like is so much like how an abuser can talk, where it's like, I'm the victim here, right? I'm the one being hurt. Is like, oh, you're doing this on purpose, you're trying to hurt me. And he's not. He's not doing this on purpose. He isn't trying to hurt her. It's actually her fault. And I think that makes for a really poignant ending as well, that he goes, it's not my fault. Like, why are you doing this to me? Like, it's not my fault. I'm not doing this to you. And again, like, that very much feels very real to how someone who is abused might act or react or think. That I think that oftentimes we'll feel, even when we're not abused, we will feel guilty for things we didn't do and feel bad for things we don't need to feel bad about. And so I feel like when you are abused, that guilt, I feel like, could easily be ramped up even more. That it's like, okay, if this is happening to me, I must have done something to deserve it. And like, I'm sure that it takes a while to deprogram yourself and go, no, there was nothing that I did to deserve this. Because it's hard to believe that somebody could be just so cruel for no reason, Well, it's not for no reason, but it's not for anything you did, And so, I totally understand how, like, only later could he believe that at first he's like, what do you mean? Why are you doing this to me? It's not my fault. I'm not trying to do anything to you. And he doesn't quite believe it. He still feels guilty. He still is like, it's not my fault, but I'm not really sure if it's my fault or not, because, you've been doing this for so long that it's hard to believe I've done nothing wrong. And only later, after he's gotten better and been deprogrammed from that abuse, can he go, yeah, I was right. It wasn't my fault. And I think that is very well done. So there is something interesting about the story. So I will sometimes talk about how other people thought of the story versus how I thought about the story. This is an interesting one because somebody I talked to got a very different interpretation of the story than I did. Hang on a sec.
Kitty, come here. Oh, he's so cute. I said hello, and he marched in.
So somebody I talked to had a wildly different interpretation of the story, and I wanted to talk about that. And I guess I'll just bring it up. So somebody I talked to got the impression that the ending meant that Drain had a nursing fetish, so that he stayed young because he had this nursing fetish, and he's a sex demon, and so he chose that form because that became this sexual thing to him. I did not get that impression at all personally. I don't know if I fully appreciated what you were doing with this last bit until I read your note, but I do think that I at least got an inkling of what you intended from when I first read it. But I say that, I mentioned, that other interpretation. Well, first of all, the question is, did anybody else have that interpretation or have an interpretation like that one? But the next thing to talk about is that I do feel like that when you're dealing with topics like this, you can get into a dangerous territory where, okay, like you have abuse, neglect, breastfeeding, and sex demons all in one story. And like I said, personally, I think you did a great job. These are all difficult topics that can get into risky territory, and I think you did a great job with all of that. But they are risky subjects that can lead to interpretations that can lead to readers' brains going to places that you don't want their brains to go to. If assuming that I am correct, but I think I am because of your note. So yeah, your readers' brains can easily go to places that you don't necessarily want them to go to with topics like this. So you do have to be extra careful when you use extra careful and try to be extra clear with topics like this. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't interpret it that way, so I don't know if I can offer the best, answers to what you could have done to avoid that. And I do think it was a lot to do with like the guilt that it's like that he was saying, it's not my fault and stuff, when maybe it was, I guess is part of what caused that interpretation. But yeah, so all that to say, I wish I had more like advice for like, oh, like here's what you could have done to like avoid that interpretation. But I did want to bring it up just because I think in general, like not just for this story, but for the writing group as a whole, it is interesting to discuss. So like, okay, when you use like these intense topics, especially together, it can even if you mean it, innocently, or you mean it in this, good way. I don't know if good is exactly the right word, but it can be interpreted in ways you don't want it to be. Another thing regarding that to talk about is that I didn't really think too much about it until I heard that interpretation. But the breastfeeding stuff actually really doesn't need to be here. I do feel like, you could just show, the sister taking care of the brother without needing that to be a part of it, that she can still totally like resent having to take care of him without that being a part of it. And I do think that aspect of the story was the most uncomfortable aspect of the story for me as well. That is the part that made me go, I don't know if I can read this out loud. And so I think part of that is why I didn't think of it at first, because I was like, oh, I know this makes me uncomfortable, but whatever, we'll ignore that. But once I heard this interpretation, I was like, oh, like the most uncomfortable part of the story for me led to an even more uncomfortable, potential interpretation of the ending. And it really doesn't need to be there. That you could take that out and the story would work perfectly as just, I don't want to take care of my younger brother, sort of thing. Oh, there's an ad now. I would show you Kitty. I don't know if I can. Well, you can see a little bit of fluff.
You can see a little fluff. Yeah, you.
Oh, now I'm covering up. Oh, alrighty. Oh, and the other thing I was gonna say about the story that I really like is that I think you used the metamorphosis in a really unique way. That you used it as a part of growing up. That you have like these creatures that are like inhuman, but rather human as well, and so using this metamorphosis as a part of growing up is very very on brand for like an actual metamorphosis of like a butterfly or something. It really conveys, the gravity of this happening and the permanent nature of it and stuff like that. And so,
oh, kitty.
So I really liked how you used it as well. I don't know if I answered all your questions. Let me go back. Okay, so yep, you did a great job with these topics. I absolutely think you handled them sensitively. I do think, continuing on that a little bit, like something that I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. I do think that for me, something that can bother me is when people use really intense things and don't talk about the experience of the victim. That, you know, it is, if for me personally, it is the worst with things like rape, that this will happen and you won't get the story of the victim. It will be there for shock value. It will be there to move, you know, a different character's story forward, and we won't get to see or care about how the victim felt. And I feel like, you know, that's quite the example, but I feel like it can be true of other things, you know, other things that require content warnings as well, that, you know, not showing the effects on the victim and not showing the pain that the victim goes through, I think to me can be part of what makes something triggering, is just showing, yeah, here's this horrible thing happening. Let me use it for shock value, or let me use it just to move the story forward. That's very different from going, hey, this is a terrible thing, and I'm showing it as a terrible thing, and I'm showing what it does to someone. And I think you did an awesome job of that. And I think that is part of why this story works so well for me, where it's like, this is about the victim. This isn't about just showing this terrible thing to show a terrible thing. It is there for this character's journey and their story. And this is a difficult part of their story and their growing up. I think that's very well done. Like I said, there are huge chunks of lore and background that I had to either pare down or leave out. Does the story feel whole with what I chose to include and what I chose to withhold? Are there any noticeable gaps where more detail was probably necessary? I feel like you did a great job of choosing what needed to be included. Some of the things that you mentioned in your note caused me more confusion, and if you had mentioned them, I would have been more confused. So I think that you did a great job of choosing what to include and what not to include. As we talked about, there were maybe a couple other things that could have been excluded. I think the one thing that would have been, you know, especially going back to the different interpretations of the ending thing, I do think it would have been helpful to make it a little more clear and obvious about, like, why he became what he became. And that it genuinely is not his fault. But I also don't know quite how you do that, because that is from his perspective, and that what you wrote makes sense, that he says it, but he doesn't quite believe it yet. But so if anything needed a little more, it was maybe that needed to be a little more clear. But other than that, I think that you did a great job of choosing what to include, and I didn't feel like the story was incomplete or like there were gaps. I think you did a great job with it. It's very interesting to me because I feel like I can tell that this is a universe that is really well developed. And that's not really a thought I've ever had with like any story before. But I feel this story feels so rich. Like, and both reading the story and reading your notes, like I can just see like the world building in here that is so rich and interesting, and it really feels like you have spent a lot of time with these characters in this world, and like you really know how to explain what's going on, and not feel like there's too many gaps. You know what darlings to kill, and not leave us confused or anything. So I think you did a great job with that. Let's see what folks have been saying. Tosses plushies of monsters. That'd be great. I'd love that, though, if you can find gifs of just monsters being tossed. It's like, yes, throw up those monsters. For 50% of the way to unlocking the last story, says Death's Head. Awesome. Mako says, just occurred to me her treating him like that might have slowed his growth in general. Yeah, that might have been what made it so he took as long as he did to pupate, indeed. Okay, Kansas says, I thought sister as well. Gotcha. Hello, Decoy. Oh, I should have saved you for the 5th story. We read you today. Yes, you'll have to catch the VOD. If you have any questions, thoughts, comments, you are free to tag me later. Next says, yeah, it was supposed to be just a demon trying to be demeaning in her description. You mean about the end here when she is, upset about what happened. Chartreuse is a shade of green named after the liquor of the same name. Yeah, the liquor is what came up when I first started looking it up. That's really interesting. Okay, fair. I mean, that is not a bad practice. Hellenic says about the censoring that they erred on the side of caution. That is a good side to err on for sure. So I know what are those 2 words, or are they in the rules somewhere that I missed? Oh, the words that I won't say, they are in the rules. They're in the submission rules. I think there's like a bolded section that says swearing on it. I can look for it later if you need. Norman, I just got back and heard the word sex demon. You have my full attention. Amazing. I don't know if I need to start censoring myself because I've never really, I haven't really thought about that for a while because the VODs were always unlisted, but I know that YouTube doesn't like those words, and so I don't know if I should, if hopefully later on, if I get monetized, it would be mad about those words, so I don't know if I should start, saying like Swex or something like that. It says, I think the reader in question that interpreted this as a nursing fetish was about his guilt was a cover to hide his shame of his nursing fetish. So that's what said individual thought. Gotcha. Okay, so that the guilt here at the end was trying to hide that as opposed to feeling guilt over nothing. And that is a complicated concept to feel guilt over nothing and be clear they really did nothing wrong. So I can understand how someone might think maybe there is a reason to feel guilty. And then he says, I can sort of see the logic there, but no, there was no implied fetish in my intent. Very fair. And that's definitely what I thought, especially after reading your note. Era says, I argue it's a shame created by abuse, teaching him to feel shame and guilt from abuse itself. Yeah, totally. That she made him feel ashamed at, not growing up. And so then he kind of internalized that and then ended up not growing up because, and when he doesn't look grown up, of course he feels shame about it because she made him feel shame about it. So she made him feel bad. I think you could say that having the protagonist be a little drain on his sister reinforces the story. That is a good point, that the nursing is literally like a physical draining. A drain of both her time, life, and body, for sure. Mako says, I was thinking about that earlier, actually, and I got to thinking that since they feed on humans as sex demons, this is probably the equivalent of a mama bird coming home and puking up her dinner to feed the babies. It's a good point. But I could be wrong, and it could just be eliminated without problems. It could probably still be eliminated without problems, actually. Yeah, that is a great point. Jess said, I think YouTube stops listening after the first couple minutes. Fair enough. Nature's Guardian says, overall a good story. Indeed. Cute baby creature. Yay, cute baby creature gets verbally abused constantly. Boo! Indeed. Aw, Thema said, wow, that voice acting. And Nature's Guardian said, yes, it was greatly done. Oh, that's very sweet of you to say. Nature's Guardian says, honestly, the twins both have quite a tragic story, but this one focuses on the boy. Honestly, being postponed to going into the world is quite traumatizing, sometimes especially if the twin sister had high hopes for going out into the world with a different perspective. I feel bad for both twins. Yeah, I agree that I definitely think that that Drain suffered more, but I do think that Nalin is suffering as well. It's actually really interesting because I think I've said before that I listened to Psychology in Seattle, and he actually did this whole series. He reacts to reality TV, and he's been reacting to Love is Blind season 6, and part of his Love is Blind playlist is this whole section on borderline abuse, meaning abuse caused by a borderline person or somebody who might be borderline at least. And he basically was saying a lot in those videos. He was like, she is suffering, she as the abuser, she is suffering more than he is. So that she's like, yeah, he was like, but he's going through sucks, and it's not okay how she is treating him, but she is feeling a wealth of suffering, which I thought was really interesting and mind-blowing. And well, I do feel like in this case, I'm not really sure that that's the case here, that she is feeling more pain than he is. But I do think that she is still feeling pain in this story for sure. So I think that's really interesting how you're able to hit on that. Again, another thing about this story that feels very real. Like, I don't know if I've said it directly, but what I really love about this story is that it's like about succubi and incubi and fantasy stuff and weirdness is going on, and yet it feels so real. It feels so accurate to real life, and so accurate to real people, and so transcendent. Like, this is such a great example of what I talk about liking when stories are transcendent and they go past the story into the real world, and you can relate to them and stuff like that. I think that this story does that really amazingly. Hellenic says, one more piece of lore in this universe is that there's been a struggle to extend welfare programs to interdimensional denizens. Orphanages have no obligation to take in demon children, and there aren't any other safety nets in place. Oh yeah, interesting. That is another layer of sadness, that even if it wouldn't stain her aura and she did, leave, we might not find a better place, which is really sad. It's even more traumatizing for both the twins, but the story is so good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is interesting. Mako says, now that I think about it, it's odd that he grew arms as a larva, then had a hatching from a cocoon moment. True. Yeah, I call them pupae, but they more resemble tadpoles. Interesting. Interesting. Nature's Guardian says, if both twins don't get therapy, then the twin boy will most likely turn even more cruel than his sister, because hurt people hurt people. As in, the people who were hurt will hurt people, and usually more than the person that hurt them. Yeah, that is unfortunately sometimes quite true in real life. Hellenic says, spoiler, he did eventually get help and found a family who supported him. If you look back at Stiller Surfing from Prompt 197, you can get a look at his personality years down the line. Ooh, definitely makes me interested to check that out, for sure. Interesting that the pupae look like brown tadpoles that grow arms. Very frog development flavored, yeah. Keep picturing them as large, watery, totally black eyes framed by brown, leathery skin. Interesting. Oh, I see. And then Nature's Guardian said, that sounds like a cute baby creature. Aerith, cute baby creature, yay! Cute baby creature gets verbally abused constantly. Boo! I actually don't know if it's just verbal. I feel like there could be some physical abuse in there too. Overall, good story, for sure. All righty, Rue. Well, it has been a lovely time so far. We have more stories to read, but I need a little breaky poo. So let us go on to the midstream question. I actually wrote one down this time. It's not exactly a writing question, but hopefully it will still create a good discussion around this prompt. Have you ever been through a metamorphosis? What would you consider a metamorphosis in your real life? Was it pleasant or horrifying or somewhere in between? Do you think you are better or worse for it? I'm asking this just because I just think it's an interesting thought experiment, because I feel like what some people consider real-life metamorphoses, other people would not consider real-life metamorphoses. And I'm curious if you can look at your life and go, yeah, I feel like I've gone through a metamorphosis and here's what happened. Or if you're like, I don't feel like I've ever had an experience that's quite like that. You don't need to get too deep if it's going to be something like traumatic to bring up or too intense, then you definitely don't have to answer, or you can answer very like 10,000 foot view. I'm just kind of curious if what your real life experience might be with this prompt. Hellenic has to go have dinner with his boyfriend. Hopefully we'll be back for the tail end of the stream. Hopefully. But it's great to have you, and I'm glad you're here for your story. But yes. Meow! It is time to take a little break. Turn up the volume. Turn on the camera. I love that I scrolled up and Pal Mathivas was like, oh gosh, this question. I don't know if that's good, bad, somewhere in between, but feels like a fair reaction. Oh, nice. Soft. Okay, so this is one I don't always check. I don't always read the answers ahead of time. But this is one that I already read through all the ones that I saw. But if you see me pause and read, I want to check these answers before I let them go through, because they could be more intense. But I see Mark's over here. Mark's, I didn't know you were here. Hello, Mark's. Mark says, I don't know why I read your name as Death's Head. I guess because you're both red. But anyways. Mark says, lol, I'd actually say I've gone through multiple, usually triggered by something bad, but I'd say the change it made was good. Like, I had a very bad time in middle school, and it made me a bit antisocial, but I also used to talk more than I'd listen. I think I've become a much better listener as a result. My other main metamorphosis is more recent, within the past few years, and it's focused me on my writing and what I want out of it. Lol, I just got here. Nice, nice.
Oh, meow.
But from what I have read so far of the other answers I've seen, that does seem to be a bit of a theme, that it is usually triggered by something bad, but seems to ultimately get to a good place, which is, both bad and good. Bad that it had to start that way, but good that you get to a better place in the end. And that it's lovely to hear that things are getting better with your writing, that you're figuring out what you want out of your writing.
There's the kitty. There's the bow.
Oh, you're so funny.
You're too soft. You're gonna make me sleepy. Just a little pillow.
That makes sense. Makokam says, if I had to pick a moment that was metamorphosis in my life, it would have to be becoming a parent, and then a second level of that being separating from the other parent. It's hard to say whether it was a good or bad change to me as a person, especially long term, but here I am. Yeah, that is a good point. That it's we don't know if it changed you for the better or for the worse than you would have been otherwise, but we know that you're here now, and I think you're a pretty cool person as you are now. Alright, Norman over in the not-so-private chat says, somewhat huge and loaded question, but I sort of feel as though I've been going through metamorphosis as of late, as I've been unpacking a lot of what makes me tick. I've been dealing with depression and anxiety for a long time, and finally feel like I'm starting to round a corner and properly address and diagnose a lot of the root causes of it, and get myself to a place of greater self-worth and self-love. Something that has been very much missing for me up until far too recently. This has involved decoupling my sense of self-worth to how I'm treated by others, not allowing my self-perception to be skewed by the negative impact some other people have had in my life, and learning to have some sense of inherent value in myself. Oh, Norman. That story we just read feels very fitting. To what you were talking about. That I am glad to hear that it seems like maybe you're starting to round the corner, starting to see the sun after a long time of struggle. Nature's Guardian says, I think my biggest metamorphosis was the fact that when I became a type 1 diabetic. However, it was more of what we deem a mutation or a negative metamorphosis of some sorts. However, it has been with me for a long time, and I've learned to be more responsible with myself and others. I believe in the end I've still become better, and I'll still become better, and achieve some kind of higher morality and understanding as I keep on evolving. I also deal with depression and a little anxiety, but mostly depression. It's hard, and I believe you'll eventually find your way into seeing yourself as precious and valuable as all souls are supposed to be. It takes time and effort. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, I'm so sorry that you had to go through this, this negative metamorphosis. Like I say in my question, like, metamorphosis doesn't always have to be positive, and I'm sad to hear that yours was not so positive. Kansas says, I'll go deep for this question. I've had a lot of significant metamorphoses in my life, but the biggest one was when my childhood best friend was murdered. Wow. When I first read that, if you had seen my reaction, I probably would have been like, what? She was missing for about 2 weeks before they found her body, but the moment my dad walked into my room and told me she was gone changed me completely. That year I became a shell of myself. I'm better now, but that changed me in so many ways. Life seems so fragile now. A happier one was meeting my husband. Up until that point, I had no interest in men, but falling in love with him has made me a better person and helped me see the beauty in the world again. I met him just before I lost my friend, and he got me through that. When he got the cancer diagnosis, I left my childhood home and moved across the country to be his caretaker. That decision I would call a metamorphosis in itself because of how out of character it was for me. Wow. That is a very, very intense but very good and deep answer. I'm so sorry for everything that you've been through, and I can definitely understand how that would make you a shell of yourself and change you forever. I'm trying to think how deep I want to go, because this isn't what I was thinking of what my answer would be, but I've had a couple of experiences that were not the same as that. Like, I think yours was very, very unique and very, very bad. But I had a cousin who had schizophrenia, and I don't remember like the whole story, but like I wasn't super close with her, but I met her and she seemed lovely. And I like her parents had talked a bit about like what would happen when she would have like an episode and stuff, and she would like write, I forget if they were just like letters or symbols or something like that, but she'd get into this frenzy and keep like writing these same things over and over. And one day, like, she ran away, and for a while they were looking for her, and they found her body at the bottom of a ravine. And it wasn't even recognizable as her. They only knew it was her because they found her shoes. And like I said, I didn't know her very well, but I think that was like one of the first times in my life where it's very strange, because it made death feel simultaneously very real and very not real, because like the story is so wild and out there, but the thought that really happened to her is still something that I marvel at. I can't believe that happened to her. And then the other thing that I've been through that's kind of similar, that I think I've at least mentioned to you guys before, that I had a friend through middle and high school, and we were very close, but we had a very like difficult relationship. There were a lot of things in our relationship that I really struggled with, and not feeling heard and stuff like that, but she was still important to me, and she was there for me when I didn't really have anybody else. And in February of 2023, I think it was, she died of pneumonia, and I still don't really know how she died exactly, other than that, but it was so strange. And I had it was so strange to just know that all of a sudden she was gone. Like, I'd had pets die, and some like with my cousin, there were people that I wasn't very close to who had died, but knowing like this person that I spent my days with and who I talked to all the time, and you know, I thought had a future ahead of her, knowing she was just gone is a really wild experience. And I don't really know what it's done to me as a person. Like, I don't know if I'd call it a metamorphosis or not, but it definitely, you know, feels like the first death that felt very real, you know, to me, that or maybe not exactly the first, but you know, I don't know exactly how to describe it. But yeah, I don't know if I'm getting too deep for that, but Kansas getting deep made me want to share my own stories, you know, regarding that kind of topic. But all that to say, even if, you know, I haven't gone through the same experience as you, I can definitely understand how that sort of experience would really change you forever. And I'm glad that you have had some happier metamorphoses after that. Check this. Palmathema says, short answer, yes-ish. Long answer, my metamorphosis began while in college. My first couple of semesters were fine, but I started getting emotional later on and realized I needed a closer platonic relationship with someone I could call my best friend, I guess. They've been helping me go through the process of trying to understand my beliefs and to better know myself. This metamorphosis may seem positive, but I'm the type of person who has a very hard time trying to change. I kind of like to think that I'm in the process of this metamorphosis right now. Interesting, really interesting. I really hope that you can find what you're looking for in this. NASA says, physically, yes, obviously, I'm metamorphosizing every day as I grow older and my body falls apart. I'm sure you meant spiritually, and I'm not really sure I have. I can't say I have had a break point in my life that has caused me to change that much as a person. I've evolved a little, but I don't know that that's really the same thing. Fair enough. Yes, my other metamorphosis is college. I'm still a student. Very fair. Aw, thank you for your condolences, you guys, and your hugs in the chat. Very much appreciate that. But yeah, I'm trying to think. So my biggest metamorphosis I don't want to talk about because it was a negative one, and it changed me forever in a bad way, and I don't think it would be good to talk about it. But I'm trying to think if there are other metamorphoses that I've been through that I want to talk about. But I guess like the most positive one that I've been through is that I feel like my mental health has been getting better and better as the years go by. And I don't quite know what started me on the good path. I just know that I felt like over time I was hating myself less and wanting to hurt myself less. I do think part of it is like over time feeling more seen and heard by my parents. I think that is part of it. But I do know that part of it more recently is, let's see if I can talk about it succinctly, but is finding a new church and a new pastor. Like, for a very long time, like, I've always been a Christian. I was, you know, born to two Christian parents, went to a Christian school, went to church. My mom worked at the church, so, you know, grew up, you know, very much in that bubble and stuff like that. And there are some parts of it that felt more like an obligation and more like, you know, there were times where I would really struggle, but I never felt like I could ever walk away because I was too afraid of going to hell. And so I was like, there are a lot of questions that I had, but I never wanted to walk away. But church itself, I have most of my life never really wanted to go. That I you just feel like, oh, okay, I have to go to church on Sunday. And any time where I got to stay home, felt like a gift. And for the first time, I have found a church that I actually am excited to go to, that I actually am excited to get up early. Oh, this is putting tears in my eyes and go to. And not only that, like those things that, whoo, didn't expect to cry today. There are just so many things in that I like would hear or had learned over time in church that didn't feel right. That I'd be like, okay, you're telling me that God is love, but I am not feeling it in what you were saying. Like the things that you're saying are true. Doesn't seem to fit with that. I don't feel loved. And finding this new church and this pastor, all those things that I was like, that doesn't seem like love to me. That doesn't seem right to me. Like this church and this pastor are like, yeah, they're not right. Like God is love, and let me show you how. Let me show you what Christianity is actually about. And I'm learning that, like, so many of the churches that are out there are wrong, are not preaching what the Bible says. And I don't think I should. I'm already, I'm already going longer and going deeper than I thought I would or expecting to. And if you want to hear more, I'd be happy to share it like in text or at a different time. But all that to say, this has felt like the final thing that is really, really helping my mental health get to a good place, and really helping just me as a person feel better and feel like I'm actually, like you were talking about earlier, like actually worthy of love. And so it has been quite the season in my life. I found this church around Easter of last year. So it's like almost been a year exactly since I found them. Nature's guardian, that's so sweet. You're so cool and awesome. It's lovely. Rob 202, didn't expect to cry today. Yep. Thanks, Falmathemus. It's okay, sometimes we just need a moment to rant. Yep. That's very fair. Norman says, had some difficult things happen, similar to what Kansas and Kaylee have described, but I don't want to get too deep into them and bring the mood down too much. I'll just say that you both have my deepest condolences for your loss. That is appreciated, and even though we won't hear about your loss today, my condolences for yours as well. And thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Okay, let's see what folks are saying. More hugs. Sorry for your loss, and hearts. Thank you. That's true. That is a much brighter answer to the question. What about the positive change of creating this server and leading us from where you were before? Yes, that is absolutely Metamorphosis for sure. Like literally becoming the moth in the archive. That is yes, big Metamorphosis. Employee to entrepreneur, yes. Kurisu says, hey there all. I'm of the idea that we're all constantly going through metamorphoses all the time. Small daily changes, good or bad, that add up throughout a lifetime. Of course, specific events that generate drastic changes are more noticeable, but trying to see how much one's changed in a longer period is also interesting to note. For sure. And kind of like I was saying before, like, I feel like my mental health has been getting better over the past few years. And it was very slow. Like, it was not like, aha, I have a great revelation and now I feel better. It just felt like over time, slowly, like I said, like you don't notice day to day, but then you look back and you're like, huh, I hate myself less. You know, my negative self-talk is lessened, you know, that kind of thing. So I think that is very fair. Yep. Norman says, unfortunately, I think that is an all too common tale. Certain churches taking liberties with what they teach and preach, and people being misled by it, for sure. Well, it's, like I said, I don't want to get too deep into it, but it's way more insidious than I thought. Like, even the churches who aren't, like, taking wild liberties or doing, you know, wacky things, like, even the churches that are genuinely trying their best and are genuinely trying to preach the gospel are getting things wrong, you know, and they don't even realize it. It also reminds me of, I haven't seen the whole thing, but I've seen clips of it. Rhett and Link on their podcast, they talk about like them leaving the faith and stuff like that, and some of like the quotes from Rhett are so powerful. But I remember like him talking about the church, and he was like, yeah, they're in, I think in the second one where like people responded to the first one and stuff and saying like that their kids were like leaving because of them and stuff like that. It's like he says something like, maybe your kids, you know, didn't want all these things that you're talking about. Maybe your kids just wanted Jesus and you showed them something else. You told them that you wanted something else. And I feel like that is so true. And I think he said something else about, you know, like, well, no, I'm not remembering for sure, but I feel like that's very true, that so many churches talk about Jesus and his love, and but then in practice don't end up really practicing what they preach, you know. Yes, it's a wonderful thing to find peace with one's religion. I can imagine the comfort, for sure. Era says, I'm glad you found a connection with your new church. I had a very different experience in my life that led me down a very different path. It's interesting, and I'm glad for you. That's very fair, sure. Iron Lung says, I have to leave for work, so I'm dumping my last 100 bits. Very fair. I love that you typed butts, and it's like, here's your butts! My last 100 butts. Yes, exactly. Nice. Don't dump your butts here. Use an ashtray. Oh, that makes me want to grab Moriarty and show you guys a picture of Sherlock's bloomin' onion of cigarettes. And it's like, here's your last 100 butts. Norman says, yeah, many years for me. The process felt like I was stuck in a loop and couldn't figure a way out. And it's been so liberating to just finally feel like change and progress is happening, as slow as it may be sometimes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, as you say that, like, I'm just remembering in the past how I would, you know, feel like no change is happening. And in some ways that's the hardest thing of all, it's not the hardest part, but it is something that makes it worse, is when you're like, I want to change, I want to get better, and I feel like no progress is happening. And I guess it just has to do with hope, you know, and when you have hope, then it is, that is quite a different experience. It makes me... Hold on, it's like, let me see if I can quickly find it. If I quickly find it, I will read it to you. No, not that. There we go. Kansas says, I'm still metamorphosizing in terms of religion, actually. Christianity didn't work out for me despite being raised in the faith. I'm exploring now, trying to find out what brings me comfort and peace. That's very fair, for sure. And that is something that I think that happens in Christianity too, is that if you ever question or doubt or anything like that, then, you know, you're persecuted. But sometimes it is that very doubting that needs to happen, and for some it might even bring them back, you know. Let's see here. Is it this one? Scroll, scroll, scroll. Ooh. Maybe not as related as I thought, but I did find it, so I'll still read it. Ever since the day I woke up, I've been searching for my own way to atone. But in the end, I wasn't able to find an answer, no matter how much I pondered, and so I fell into despair. However, amidst those dark days, I came to realize something. Even as flames flicker and sway, unable to hold their shape, they remain flames all the same. Perhaps it's precisely that wavering which lets one get at the true nature of things. It's all right to lose your way or struggle, because what's important is that one continues to remain like this in the world. Besides, there isn't one right answer as to the nature of atonement. Perhaps there isn't even an answer to begin with. Nevertheless, that's no reason not to search for one, even if there really is no answer. I want to keep searching. I think it was when Norman said that made me think of it. That I was talking about that feeling like you're not changing and stuff like that. I really love that quote, because for so long I felt like, you know, it wasn't okay to struggle, and in a lot of different ways I didn't feel like it was okay to struggle. But I really love this idea of like, yeah, you're gonna waver back and forth, you're going to struggle, but that's not gonna stop you from being you, you know, that's not gonna stop a flame from being a flame, and it's okay to go through that struggle and pain. So I really like that quote. And that is from Moriarty the Patriot, if you did not guess. But anyways, so thank you for the nice and much deeper than I thought conversation. Let us go on. Oops, Writers is at the bottom. The order's all messed up. Yep, we sometimes need a moment to rant. Some of us don't get to talk as much, and sometimes we need to rant about our problems and seek support as well. Yes, and I very much hope that this little group can be a support system for you guys, as it is for me, for sure. I mean, brief. I guess finding Tale Foundry and this writing group itself was a metamorphosis, but I think I have talked about that before. Oh, cat, oh, cat, oh, cat. Oh, cat, oh, cat, oh, cat. Oh, my goodness. What did you do? Oh, no. Well, I guess I will be... Cat alert, yes. So I'm going to be heading out now, getting kind of eepies. Spell theme is very fair. So he did something weird, so I guess I need to pull up the stream chat on my phone now. Oh, but that might be a problem for the announcement. We'll see how this goes. Cloud Kitty, yes indeed. Alrighty, let us read Makokam's story. The Girl with the Rainbow Hair, Chronicles of the Dragon, by Makokam. You can't do this to me! It was an accident! I didn't mean to! You knew full well what it was that you were doing. No, please, I didn't mean... I just wanted to see the colors, the sparkles. You think that is sufficient reason? It was just one star. One itty-bitty star. There's billions of them. Billions of lives were snuffed out because of you. She flinched back. Your careless disregard for the consequences of your actions caused the erasure of a flourishing civilization, millions of species lost, an entire solar system gone, because you wanted a light show. I didn't... Silence! Nothing you've said has done the slightest to mitigate your crime. And now you will pay. He raised his will against her. She pushed back. No, please! Another joined him, their will pressing down on her. She pushed back against them both, barely managing to hold the line. And another joined, and another, forcing their desired reality upon her. The weight of their will crushed down upon her, wrapping her up, shrinking her down, binding and containing her. Please! She screamed. The city street was dark, with lights from the sparse streetlights sparkling on the oil-stained pavement. The breeze rattled trash and power lines, and traffic could be heard on distant streets. And stumbling down the center of the road was a girl, with skin like paper and hair like a rainbow. She didn't know where she was. She didn't know why she was there. She didn't know where she came from. All she knew was the universe felt very, very large, and she was very, very alone. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Ara says, I got to go in the near future. I think I've got to go after my Makokam's story gets read and critiqued. Very fair, Aerith. It's great to have you. Look at all the love in the chat. Alright. So, I apologize if my critique and praise starts to fall off a bit. I am getting quite tired, so I might not be able to spend as much time and energy on these, but hopefully we still have some good conversations. Alrighty, room. So, actually I have some questions for you guys, first of all. So, my first question is, did the emotional beats of the story hit you? How did the story hit you emotionally? Because I feel like there's kind of a spectrum for how stories can read emotionally. Because I feel like this story like actually hit me emotionally. Like it actually made me cry, actually made me feel things. And then the next layer is like, oh, like I very much understood that the character was in this emotional place. The story felt emotional. I didn't feel it though. And then there's, the next layer of like, I didn't really even see that much emotion or, a tragedy in the story. And then there's like, I saw nothing. So I'm curious. I know that Makokam very much intended this to be a difficult read. He intended this to hit hard. And so I'm curious if he succeeded in that, and if he did, what made it hit for you? If it didn't, what made it miss for you? And another thing that I wanted to talk about with you guys is my biggest qualm critique for the story is that, there's an ad, but I think Mako can still hear me and talk to me. Though I'm asking you guys a question, so maybe I should wait. Let's see. Interesting. The girl with the rainbow hair is one of those protagonists that are in the gray area. I don't know if that's like a joke or if you're saying she seems morally gray. It would be cat time if there was a cat in here, but they aren't in here. Thank you for the cheer, Marks. Well, maybe I stand corrected.
Hello. Well, maybe I stand corrected. That's a little boat.
I did summon the cat, yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, cute kitty. Kitty bum bum.
So now the ad's over. So the other question I have for you guys is that my biggest qualm / critique with this story is that we don't get physical descriptions. We don't get physical descriptions of these creatures, and we don't get a physical description of the metamorphosis. But we do get a physical description of her at the end. And so I felt like I feel like the default is human, to assume that the characters are human. And so I don't know if I'm guessing that well, the first question would be, how quickly could you tell that she wasn't human at the beginning, or could you ever tell at all? And I do think like a creature that can destroy a star, probably not human. And so I do think that you might have been able to get at least that she was some kind of alien. But I don't know for sure. I don't know if the story could read like humans in the future that now have this grand power over the stars and stuff. And then the end, might be a little confusing. Yeah, so it wasn't clear that they were aliens, in the first part. And, I don't know if Mako wants me to describe what they look like, or I guess you could describe it in the chat if you want to. But they're far from human. They do not seem human in pretty much any respect. And so for her to become human is very different and very much like, oh yeah, we'll put you in the backwoods of the universe and stick you in a human body. And it's very different and very where's my brain? Yeah, it's very much a metamorphosis, but I'm wondering how clear that was, especially for those who do not know this universe, do not know this story. How clear was that? And did you get the full emotional impact of the metamorphosis without a grander description of what that was physically like? And that kind of goes hand in hand with the emotional aspect, that were you able to feel, the extent of the emotion without, a more in-depth description of the metamorphosis, or did it work for you? But anyway, so I wanted to say those first so that you guys can make sure to answer in time. But other than that, I did really like this story. I will say that I am quite close to this story, so I don't know if I can critique and praise it as well as others might be able to, because I kind of encouraged him to write this story, that both of us this week, the stories that I wrote and the story that he wrote were stories we were scared to write. That we, they were big, high pressure scenes that both of us were scared we could not do justice. And so we kind of came up with a deal, and Mako was like, if you do Savion, I'll do Scribe. And so I am very proud of him for doing it. I'm very proud of him for doing the scene. And especially having, waited for the scene and been wanting the scene, I very much liked it. And I do think that it is interesting that it is mostly, dialogue at the beginning here, that it's just, this argument. You really get straight into the emotion of what's going on here, and we don't even really know what they are or where they are, but, we immediately get into the emotion of it. And I can really see Scribe's character come through. Like, I don't know if I especially because I'm tired, I don't know if I voiced her quite right, but I can really see her in her words, even though she's not human in this story. And so I thought that was well done. And I really like the way that the conversation goes, just like, oh, it's an accident, I didn't mean to. You knew full well what you were doing. I just wanted to see the colors, the sparkles. Really? You think that's sufficient reason? And then my favorite part is like, yeah, it was just one star, one itty-bitty star. There's billions of them. Billions of lives were snuffed out because of you. That transition is fantastic. I really love that, oh, hey, there's billions of stars, so you're not going to miss one. Billions of lives were wiped out because of that one star. I love the, I love the space of it, the capacity of it, the grandness of it. That to her it seems so small, it just seems like one star out of billions, and it's like, well, there were billions of lives around that single star. I think that's very cool. And I like that snuffed out, phrasing. And I do think that's part of why her character really comes through. Like, the itty bitty star, feels much more like her, playful personality. And the, is that sufficient reason? It was snuffed out because of you. Feels a bit more formal. That seems to fit very well. I really like the she flinched back. I actually didn't realize until now why that line hits so well. And I think it's because it's all dialogue until that point. And so it's like, and the whole time she's defending herself and going, I didn't mean to, it's, or like, I did mean to, but it's just a star. And she's not really admitting fault quite yet. And then she flinches, when she hears that billions of lives are snuffed out. Now she's like, oh, I don't really have an argument to that. And getting that action after all that dialogue works really well. I think makes it even more impactful. I really like the progression of this part too, that I like the flow of erasure of a flourishing civilization. That's fun to say and very much works in the context. And then I like, we go to, okay, billions of lives are snuffed out. That's already really bad. That's already a terrible thing. Next thing we go to is millions of species. Those aren't just lives, species. So it's basically like, like if all of the creatures on Earth were wiped out. No more cats or dogs, no more humans. Like, it's not just, oh, billions of humans were wiped out. It's like, no more elephants, no more giraffes. Like, whatever kinds of creatures were on this planet, they're all wiped out now. And that really, like, that has so much gravity to it. And then the next layer is an entire solar system gone. So it's like, okay, not only is it all the lives on this planet, not only is it all the species on this planet, it's more planets. It's an entire solar system. It's the sun. It's the sun and Mercury and Neptune. Like, it's all of these things. Like, they're all gone, and it's all because you wanted a light show. I think that is really well done. I really love the progression of it, and then gets bigger and bigger, and then gets smaller. Like the smallness of light show, I think really makes that beat hit hard, and I like that a lot. So this is a story I don't have a lot to critique about, so my critiques are a little more nitpicky. I feel like this line's a little clunky. Nothing you've said has done the slightest to mitigate your crime. I feel like maybe you could have gone for a more direct phrasing. And something like, especially because it's unclear what the context is. It's unclear if they're just having a conversation or if it's like, okay, you're on trial now, speak your piece. I wanted the sparkles, So I think something like, we find your arguments to be insufficient, or your attempts to clear your name have been pitiful at best, something like that. I think might be a little more punchy, a little more direct. Yeah, so then this is just the question I had for you guys here. So I like the way this is described, but I don't feel like we get a sense of the metamorphosis. We also don't know what they look like to understand the change. But I will say, so I did read the story to my dad, and he actually liked the fact that nothing was described. He actually thought that was a pro, and it kind of goes along with what I talk about having a larger universe and having too much context versus too little. And he really felt like this was the perfect amount of context. He was like, okay, he didn't try to go too far, and explain too much. And so just keeping it, just the dialogue. And he was saying, like, what actually happens doesn't matter. What happens is how it affects her. What matters, I mean, what happens doesn't matter. What matters is how it affects her. What matters is her emotions about it. And I did think that was really interesting. So that makes me, especially because we had two wildly different views of the story, where I was like, oh, I felt like the emotional impact wasn't as strong without the description. And he was like, I felt like it was better without it. It makes me really curious how you guys felt about that. And I really like the ending part too, that it's very different, very much a contrast, and it feels so, and I guess that's interesting. I didn't think about that, and I don't know if this was intentional or not, but the beginning doesn't have a description. It's very nebulous. It's all dialogue. Well, not all, but mostly dialogue. The second part is all description and no dialogue. That you get the description of the scene. That's really interesting. And I guess that could emphasize she's a much more physical being now. Like before, she was much more like a being of thought, and now she's in the street, with the street lights and the oil stain. And this isn't what she was before, and I do really think that you use the single sentence paragraphs really well here. Like she didn't know where she was. She didn't know why she was there. She didn't know where she came from. All she knew is that the universe felt very, very large, and she was very, very alone. I think those each like kind of offer their own kinds of beat drops, and I really like in the last line how the universe felt very, very large. She was very, very alone. I really like the difference in those two verbs, because she feels the grandness of the universe. That before she was a big thing in the universe, and maybe the universe didn't feel so big to her, but now she's a little thing, and the universe feels very big. Whether or not it is big, it feels that way to her now. But she is alone. She doesn't just feel alone. She is alone. She doesn't have her race with her anymore. She is alone in an alien body in an alien world. And I think that is very well done. And then in a way, it's interesting, because there's kind of, this story offers the question of, what's worse, going through a terrible metamorphosis and knowing what you went through, or going through a terrible metamorphosis and not remembering it, that there is a different kind of tragedy. I don't know that it's a worse tragedy, but I do think it's a different kind of tragedy, that she doesn't know who she is or where she's from, and she doesn't know what happened. I'm also curious what the vibes were from that first paragraph. I know one person said that they got very whimsical vibes from it. I didn't. The vibes that I got from it were more like cold and dark. So I'm curious what vibes you guys got. I was also curious, something Makokam said about that first paragraph is that he wanted it to convey that things are happening, but not here. That, the traffic is heard distantly, and it's, it's away. I don't know if I fully got that when I read it. I don't know if I fully got that idea of like, oh yeah, things are happening, but not here. Here she's alone. Here things are dark and silent and empty. But I do think that's a really neat idea for sure. Norman says, this is like a human being reduced to a microbe. It's true. That's a really great image. Let's give me an idea. Prompt 2, what? 1 million is a statistic. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's go back up. Thank you for the cheer marks. I don't know if I already said that. Norman says, I knew what the story was going to be right from the title and first line, so I was pretty invested in the stakes of the story based on Mako's previous story. Right, yes, that was another reason why I was quite interested in having him do this this week, because he wrote his last story where she has a dream, and she has this dream of her past life, but she doesn't know that it's her past life, and so this story fits really well after that. Says, I need to be much more familiar with Makokam's characters to feel a real impact from this, which is partly my fault for not reading more of them. Oh, it's fair. We can't all read all the stories every week. But that is a great insight that, okay, if you don't know the characters, maybe it's not as impactful. I assumed gods and that she got Tyrelled. I don't know who that is. I don't know if this is true, but it makes me think of Blade Runner, that I think they're the like corporation was like called Tyrell or something. That works too, like thinking of them as gods, so that's pretty fitting. Aika says, very fair, I just don't know how I could describe what she looked like without rambling for paragraphs. I mean, you had words, didn't you? That weren't you at, like, well, I guess I can check. Yeah, 278 words. So you had quite a few words that you could ramble on for paragraphs about them.
You want out, kitty? Babe, why can't you stay with me?
Kansas says, I felt the emotional impact. I probably would have felt it more if I was familiar with the world. The image in my head was humanoid celestial beings. Gotcha. That's fairly accurate. Well, I don't know how humanoid they are. But that's very fair. Makokam says, your performance was excellent. Aw, that's great to hear. Nature's Guardian. So the girl with the rainbow hair is one of those protagonists that are in the gray area. She's placed herself in a situation without considering what was going on. Instead, she focused on the rainbows and her emotions of the glistening star. So naturally, after unaliving billions of lives, they punished her. Congratulations to the both of you guys. I assume you mean about us actually posting the stories we were scared to post. I appreciate that. But yeah, that's a great point. And that is something I'd be curious, especially for folks who don't know the universe, what you think of what Scribe did, because it's she's, I think, usually, portrayed as our happy rainbow lady, literally, our fun, playful rainbow lady, but she did do something pretty dang bad, to begin her story, and so I'm curious how bad she ends up looking here. If it's like, oh, she seems like a real bad villain, or if it's like, I feel for her, but she also did something pretty bad. And it's also interesting to think about how, like, the scale of things, right? That they are beings that can, create supernovas, that can sail the stars and make stars explode and stuff like that. And so, for us, maybe one life being snuffed out is a ginormous deal and would make someone a villain. And in their world, billions of lives are snuffed out. And, what is the, I don't know, comparison? Like, for us, if somebody wiped out billions of lives, for us and our I don't know, universe, then that would be like astronomically horrible. But to them, it's a bit different because that's the scale that they are working on, this was a great story, Makokam. Let us go on to Kurisu. A Necromancer's Shame by Kurisu. Talent by itself was no more than cocoon. Aracnarquista finally understood. He'd spent his infancy making show of his necromantic abilities to anyone he could, without fear of being executed for the use of allegedly profane magic. The power to raise the dead from their ashes was rare, and required a lot of efficiency in the use of magic. Sadly, he had become self-indulgent. The praise from his peers had made him content. Well, it was unfair to blame others. It had been him who'd never done anything worthwhile with it. Now, in the presence of amazing necromancers who'd performed incredible feats, the most simple forms of necromancy, did he realize he'd wasted himself. To one side, Nia had raised maggots to eat at the burnt flesh of Entry, who received the worst of the amphithyre's fiery breath. Apparently, their secretions also had anesthetic properties. Lena, meanwhile, explored the memories of the dead soldier they'd found to see if there was a safer way out of the mountains. The single finger she held dripped blood on the cave floor as she prayed. Outside of the cave, Jan distracted the ferocious beast by puppeteering the rest of the dead soldier's body, luring it away from their escape route. And then there was him, useless, frozen by fear, unable to access the creatures whose ashes he carried in small leather pouches. What a joke. All that talent wasted in someone who couldn't use it when it was relevant. Trembling, he stabbed himself again with his silver needles, trying to establish a bond with the ashes which remained inert. His throat strangled him from the inside, panicked. As he battled for air, a hand took him from under one arm and forced him onto unsteady feet. Lena found a way out. Help me carry him. Nia swung one of Entry's arms over Arakarn's shoulders, and they both followed the old necromancer, who guided them out of the cave. With bitter shame, he silently recognized the cocoon had dried up, and no butterfly had ever come out of it. And throw up those taillights and throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it.
I hear a meow meow. Come in. Come in, kitty. Come inside. Will you sit with me, please? Please sit with me, Bo.
That was deep, says Nature's Guardian. Nice. Alrighty-roo. I don't know if the clip that MacBoy got of but I want that good necromancy is still up on the channel, but I feel like this is one of those weeks that shows that our little group, we do love that good necromancy. Aw, thanks, Kurisu. This is beautiful reading, Kaylee. Thanks. But yes, a very interesting, very deep story. So the notes say this is the first time I used the setting of one of my actual work in progresses for a prompt. The series is called The Blood of the Necromancers. I like to make things up in the moment for each prompt to clear my mind of what I'm writing and thus feel refreshed for my next sesh. Refreshed for the next sesh. That's right. This time, as I wrote these paragraphs, realized that some minor tweaks could make them fit in this week's prompt. Hope you all enjoy. I realized I did not read that note ahead of time. I thought that you had some questions, but you didn't. So if you had any questions, don't hesitate to ask them. The kitty has, in fact, joined me. There are the ears. Alrighty, so the first thing that I want to ask you guys is, do you think that this story fulfills the prompt? Because when I first arrived at this story, I felt like it didn't. Because of the ending. That the ending is, with bitter shame, he silently recognized the cocoon had dried up and no butterfly had ever come out of it. And so it seemed like the story was saying no metamorphosis happened. And so, especially with a one-word prompt, I do feel like I might have been a bit more stringent with this prompt because it was a one-word prompt. But because of that, I'm kind of going, well, if the point of the story is no metamorphosis happened, that feels like it doesn't really fit the prompt of metamorphosis. But one of my team pointed out that what's going on here? That the necromancy itself seemed to be a transformative art. That it seemed to be that the necromancy metamorphosizes the things that it acts upon. And that it's basically saying that the other students did go through a metamorphosis, but he didn't. I don't know if, we can talk about it more as we go on and as you guys reply and stuff like that. That made me feel more comfortable, letting it go through and not, being like, oh, it didn't fulfill the prompt. But it is a question that I had, and I would be curious to hear your guys' thoughts on it, for sure. Let's see. So, for my praise for the story is a bit more general. I really like the ideas that this brings up. I feel like this story also has some transcendence to it, because I do feel like that is, even if we aren't necromancers, that is something that we can experience and understand, this idea of somebody having a talent and then squandering it. And I feel like that really does happen, where somebody has a talent and then they're praised for it and then they stagnate, instead of going like, okay, I have this talent, but I need to nurture it. I need to get better. I need to learn more skills. Instead of doing that, they're like, oh, I have this talent. I'm the greatest. And they never learn to get better. And so they don't improve. And that talent, doesn't end up actually bearing fruit, doesn't end up creating anything. And so I do really like the idea that you bring up with that thought of like, okay, talent is a cocoon, that talent isn't the metamorphosis, talent isn't wings, talent is the cocoon. You need to break out. You need to break out of that cocoon and make your own wings. You need to become, the butterfly or the moth. I guess if it was cocoon, it would be moth. But you need to break out and become the moth you are destined to be. Don't just stay in your cocoon. And so that idea of, oh, I like being praised. I have this talent. This is easy. It's easy to stay in that cocoon and not change and not break out. So I really like that idea. So, first question, critique. Does infancy here mean actual infancy, or is it metaphorical? Because everybody I talked to thought it was actual infancy, and I myself also immediately thought actual infancy. And only this morning did I realize it might not be actual infancy, that it might be metaphorically at the beginning of his journey with his powers. But if it is actual infancy, that creates a lot of questions. That creates questions of how could he do this magic, when he was a baby? And especially if that magic requires him to stab himself with a needle. It's a little concerning if a little babu is doing that. And it also leads to the next question, which is, he'd spent his infancy making show of his necromantic abilities to anyone he could without fear of being executed for the use of allegedly profane magic. Does that mean he showed it to the people he could without fear of being executed? As in, other people are going to execute me, but I can show it to you. You're not going to execute me. You're good. Or does that mean, yeah, he can show it to anyone without fear of being executed? That there's no fear of being executed. And if it's the latter, then why is it mentioned that? Why is it mentioned that? Because mentioning that, that there's potential for being executed for profane magic, and then if the sentence means, oh, there's no potential for that, there's no fear of that, it really gives the wrong impression, because it's bringing up this idea of you could be executed for profane magic. And so, it kind of goes along with what I say about describing something that isn't there, that if you're like, it does not sound like crunching leaves, well, what did you just imagine? The sound of crunching leaves, So describe what it is like, not what it's not. And so if it is meant to say, nobody was going to kill him. Nobody would, he didn't have any reason to fear anybody coming to get him. then I'm wondering why it was mentioned. If it's the former, if it's, I'll show it to you, other people might execute me, but you're good, you're cool. How would he be able to discern that as an infant? wouldn't an infant just, show it to whoever? I do like that you mention his ability to raise the dead from the ashes early on, that you show his specific brand of necromancy and that it's rare and special early on, so that later when you talk about the ashes we can come back to that. I can't help but think of the image without thinking of Elden Ring and the ashes that you can summon. It totally reads like that sort of power to me, and I like that image. So I have both praise and critique for the next part. So kind of like I was saying before, I like this idea of like, yeah, that's totally can happen, that somebody as a child is a child prodigy and they are praised and uplifted, and might make them proud. It might make them be like, oh, I don't need to learn anything, I'm the best. So I really like that idea, and I feel like it's very real and works well. But my critique for it is that when we actually see him, later in the story, he doesn't read that way. Because I feel like somebody who's self-indulgent, and I think we'll come back to that a bit, but somebody who's self-indulgent in this way would not be acting the way he acts. That he seems almost timid, like he's kind of back in the back, full of fear. And he's very self-aware. Like, he's very like, oh, I see that my talent, has dried up. Which, again, isn't really the mark of a self-indulgent person. What I think you're going for with, like, a self-indulgent person is somebody like Gilderoy Lockhart. That they're like, oh, I've got this, don't worry. And then he totally does not got this. He just has complete confidence in himself and completely misplaced. That it be, basically that the image that this necromancer was told that he was the greatest, as a kid. And so as he grows up, he's like, I'm the best. I can solve any of your necromantic, problems. But no, actually. No, actually not, though. But he doesn't really read that way, in the situation. He doesn't go out and go, don't worry, everybody, I will vanquish the beast, and not. And that doesn't actually happen. So I like the idea. I do like that I do think that works and is realistic, but I don't feel like I really see that in the story, if that makes sense. And then, the peers question kind of goes with this question of, like, okay, is it treated as profane magic that you should be executed for? If so, like, who are his peers and how did he find them, kind of thing. And if not, it works a little better, like, it might seem a bit more common. But it's still this question of, like, suddenly we have peers and they weren't really introduced, kind of thing. I do like this part here, like, well, it was unfair to blame others, even him who'd never done anything worthwhile. I do like the, the self-awareness of it and going like, oh, like, everybody praised me. Well, I shouldn't blame them. Like, I'm the one who didn't do anything. I really like the honesty of that. I think that's cool. Let's see. And then I like the realization in the next line, or that he's in the process of realization. I think that's great. I like the examples that you give, like it's very unique. They're all super creative. I feel like I would have had trouble being as creative as you were with the different forms of necromancy. I think you did an awesome job of picking really fun and different ways that you can use the same skill, that I think is really cool. I am curious if the maggots were dead, though, because if the maggots weren't dead, it makes me wonder if that's necromancy, because that's more like summoning bugs, if they weren't dead. So I think this here is one of the things that unfortunately ended up confusing me with this story more than anything else. So the amphitheater's fiery breath. So there were a number of words in this story that ended up misspelled. And so when I read this, I immediately thought, oh, that's a misspelling of amphitheater. And so, receive the worst of the amphitheater's fiery breath. I read that as, oh, okay, so they're in a training in a coliseum sort of situation where, they have different creatures in this coliseum training stage, and, somebody, got fire breathed as they were training. And then we go to, to memories of a dead soldier they found to see if there was a safer way out of the mountains. Wait, what? There wasn't any description earlier of them being in the mountains or even a concrete scene at all. It was very, up here going, hey, let me describe my journey. Here's what happened when I was a kid. Here's what happened, as I grew. I became self-indulgent. I found, some amazing necromancers. And now we're zeroed in on a specific scene, but that specific scene hasn't been introduced. And so it ends up getting quite confusing. That scene is cool. I really like what's going on in the scene. I think it's interesting. I think it just could have been introduced earlier. And I also think that that there could have been a better name choice for the beast, so that there wasn't that confusion of, the amphitheater thing. And I don't know if there is like a beast that is called amphitheater, but I feel like I'm pretty well versed in mythological creatures. Definitely not as well versed as someone like Wolf. I predict that Wolf will be like, hey, Kaylee, yeah, it is a creature. Here's what it is. But it's not a creature that I'm familiar with, and let me know how many of you are familiar with it, if it is real, like how many others had the same issue as me, or were you like, no, it's just something that you're not aware of, Kaylee, that's just a you thing. But if it is not a well-known creature, then I would definitely suggest using a different name to avoid confusion. Like I said, really like the description of their different uses of necromancy. Very creative, very interesting. Meow. And then I like the cadence of, and then there was him. Useless. Frozen by fear. I really like the kind of like, it gives it room to like think and breathe, and gives it the poignancy of stopping. I think that works really well. It does add to bring another question, which is frozen by fear. So that doesn't seem like he's untalented. That doesn't seem like he's unskilled. Just seems like he's afraid, And especially if this is like his first time in combat, that's totally fair for him to be afraid. Like, that doesn't mean that he's useless or that his talent has dried up. It just means he's scared, for today. And tomorrow he'll have another chance, maybe. And maybe he'll take the chance next time. So I was curious what made you choose, to put that in there, if your intention was not to show, because I'm assuming that you are trying to show that it's not just fear, that it's not just stage fright, that it is something deeper, but I'm not sure if I see that. I'm not sure if I see the deeper reason. Yeah. And I kind of talked about the needle thing, but it's hard to describe, but the needle thing seems very intense, especially if, he indeed did it as an infant. But it kind of comes out of nowhere, that it seemed like this was an innate ability that he could just do and use. And so him, needing to hurt himself, and that coming in quite late in the story, it definitely sticks out. It's not necessarily a bad image or one that doesn't work. It's just definitely something that sticks out. I really like his throat strangled him from the inside, panicked, like that feeling of like your throat closing, or like there's a lump in your throat, that he can't speak, he can't do anything, he doesn't feel okay. I think that's a great image for that. And then it is interesting how the others don't seem to notice at all that he's going through this, existential crisis. They're like, okay, come here, But you can feel the emptiness. You can feel that he doesn't feel okay and he's stuck in his own head kind of thing. And then kind of going back to what I was saying about the fear thing, I feel like I don't really understand why he's able to make this judgment. That, well, there's a couple of questions. Like, the first one is, like, I don't really understand how he's able to make this judgment because this doesn't seem definitive to me. This seems like it could be one time. This could be he was frozen by fear. What makes him say that he's completely, lost it, that he completely can't do it? And then that's the next question, is that it doesn't really seem to me like the cocoon failed. It seems like he completely lost his power. And those are different things. Which I guess is another part of this whole question, which is, why doesn't it work? Like, if this was an innate power that he had as an infant, that doesn't just go away. So why did it? And because kind of to liken it to a real life thing, so say that there's an artist, that there's a kid who draws, and as a kid, they're really good. They're like ahead of their classmates. And so they get praise from their teachers and their parents and stuff. They're like, wow, you're so good at drawing. And then because, they're praised, they become proud and they're like, oh, I'm really good at drawing. And it makes them not pursue learning. It makes them not learn more. And so while the other kids who weren't as good at first, they learn new skills and get better, now this kid, since they are just proud in their innate talent, they don't get better. They don't improve. Their talent stagnates. Well, that doesn't mean that their ability, if you come back to that kid years later, yeah, then their pictures probably ain't gonna be so good. And so that would, to me, would be, oh, the cocoon failed, that talent didn't go anywhere. They're not so good. They didn't do anything with that talent. It doesn't mean that they can no longer draw. They still can draw. It just ain't that good. And I feel like that's kind of the question I have here, is that in here, it doesn't feel like he has talent. He just never, grew it. And so, like, to me, that would be he tries to summon it and it's very small, or it's very weak, or it dies with a single hit or something like that. But he can't summon it at all. And so it feels like he lost what he had, as opposed to what he had not growing, not being nurtured and grown and metamorphosized. So I'm curious about your intentions there. What were you wanting to convey? Were you wanting to convey that he completely lost the power, or was it meant to be more of he does still have the power? And if so, why is he not able to summon them, kind of thing? I think you need to just sit down and practice saying moths and monsters 100 times. Maybe, that might work, but the problem is it's it's a whole thing. It's finishing the story, clapping, and being cheer for the story. There's a whole thing, Kansas got my lap cat too. She kept stealing my chair, so we decided to share. Amazing. Kurisu says, as he intended it, the metamorphosis was that he'd never achieved that potential. He was on the road to do great things, but never did. Interesting. So your intention was that him not metamorphosizing was a metamorphosis? That him realizing that nothing came out was a metamorphosis? I'm curious, what do you guys in the chat think of that? I think I'll continue looking at the chat and let that percolate. He's underage, so he can't be tried for his crimes. Oh yeah, that would make sense for this line. He goes to Necromancer Juvenile Hall. That feels like that'd be a really fun novel. Necromancer Juvenile Hall. Kurisu says, oh, and yes, it's actual infancy. The magic in this world is like Avatar in the sense that people are born with the powers, in this case, necromancy. That's why he would also only show his abilities to other necromancers. Kind of clinked it in the same sentence, it seems. I'm still a bit confused, because you confirmed that it was actual infancy, but you said that's why he would only show his abilities to other necromancer. But if you're a baby, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't be able to have that kind of discernment or stop yourself, right? I didn't know self-indulgent had that connotation. I meant it more just like he let himself be. Like the kid who doesn't study but still gets good grades. But not out of ego, more like laziness. Gotcha. Okay, so you weren't really going for a Lockhart image. You were just going for a lazy image. I do feel like I still got at least part of what you were going for, but maybe I got a different image. Oh, yep, the maggots absolutely were dead. Okay, gotcha. Norman says, yeah, amphitheater threw me, and I had to backtrack and reread that line because the image in my head didn't mesh with the later context. Good to know I was not alone. Kurisu says, it is a winged serpent like a dragon. Gotcha. How big is the spider? Big spider. 3 hit points worth of spider. What is that in reference to? Kurisu says, it's not like he lost his power, but because he uses a harder form of magic and isn't experienced in stressful situations, he can't do it now. So he's certainly being a hard critic of himself. Gotcha. Okay, I see. So it's just because he hasn't practiced and studied it, it ain't working right now. That it could work. It's not that it's impossible to make it work again. It's just that he's stressed out and not skilled. Gotcha.
Kitty. Come here, kitty.
I seem to have crammed more in than I thought. Fair. Mako says, if it was meant to be a deliberate inversion of the prompt, like breaking apart, but the story is about putting it back together, that'd make more sense. Wait, let me think about that. I'll come back to that in a sec. I see Kurisu says, oh, infancy also seemed to be a bad word choice. Is infancy like baby? I meant child, 8-ish. Yeah, infancy is baby. How long would you say that is? I feel like I would say, like, I don't know, like, maybe, like, 0 to 3 would be infancy. So, yeah, I would say childhood. He'd spent his childhood making a show of his necromantic abilities, and that would make more sense as to how he would have the discernment to only show it to other kids who are necromancers. Yeah, Mako says, at most until they start walking. Yeah. Kurisu says, oh, damn. Yeah. Maybe it dies in one hit is also a quote from Critical Role. Wizard summon their familiar as a spider for spying purposes. Gotcha. I see. So it's the summoning thing that it's maybe he summons a little spider that dies easily. Gotcha. Kansas says, I think once you hit 2, it's toddler, no longer an infant. Okay, so even less than I thought. Yeah.
Kitty.
So, it's meant to be a deliberate inversion of the prompt by breaking apart, but the story is about putting back together, that it'd make more sense. Yeah, tell me more of what you mean. I feel like I have an inkling of what you mean, but I'm not quite sure I am following. What was I gonna say? But yeah, I feel like, I don't know, I'm very torn, because I don't know if I'm being too harsh. I might be being too harsh of a critic on the prompt use here. But I feel like using a cocoon, that is an image of metamorphosis, and then saying nothing happened, saying no butterfly ever came out, very clearly is stating, hey, like, I'm writing a story for the prompt Metamorphosis, and explicitly no metamorphosis happened. And so if you intended, nothing happening itself to be a metamorphosis, I feel like maybe using a metamorphosis image shot you in the foot a little bit there that made it seem like you were deliberately going against the prompt. Maybe if you had used a different image, maybe I wouldn't have that impression so strongly, but I'm not quite sure. Kurisu says, absolutely be harsh. Okay.
There's the kitty. There'd be the kitty.
Toddler's not an age, it's a stage. You must be capable of toddling around to be a toddler, regardless of age. Nice. That feels like a good prompt. Not an age, a stage. Not an age, a stage, yeah. I got sick. I failed! I've never done that before. I think you got the answer. The idea that the old Necromancer hadn't evolved or metamorphosized metamorphosis never happened is an interesting way, and I think it fits the prompt since the students metamorphosize. But also the old Necromancer who failed does metamorphosize since he has not changed because of his failure in a negative way. Interesting. So it worked for Nature's Guardian. Is Aracnarquista the old Necromancer? No, I don't think he is, because it says they followed the old Necromancer. So I feel like he was young, but I could be wrong. Oh, I see. Yeah, Nature says, my bad, young child. I don't know how I said old Necromancer. Gotcha. Needle stuff is a little sensitive for me because I have to deal with several of them, and I have a fear of them, which makes my diabetes 30 times harder. Oh, man. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. But it's not a phase, Mom. Nice. Alright, but very fun, very interesting story, Kurisu. Let us go on to Aracnarquistas. Well, that's kind of the question. So Kurisu says, I mean, the prompt was metamorphosis. In this case, he was hoping for one, and he felt it never happened. Does it not happening fit the prompt? And like I said, I might be just being too harsh on the prompt use, and that's why I want to hear from you guys, because if all of you are like, no, I think that works, but like, I feel like with other prompts, I feel like I would be more lenient and being like, oh yeah, like they wanted this thing to happen, but it didn't happen. And they wanted the prompt to happen and it didn't happen. I feel like I might be more lenient on that. But because the prompt was one word and it's basically like, your prompt is show a metamorphosis. And so if the story is there's no metamorphosis, that even if you're talking about a metamorphosis, it feels like it doesn't really fit. But like I said, I can totally see that maybe just being me, and everybody else might be like, no, actually, I think that totally fits. It still is about a metamorphosis, even if one doesn't happen. So that's, I think that's up to you guys. Luna says, I think the metamorphosis not happening works. I wrote a story like that. Interesting. Kansas says, I'm going to bed now. I'm on the edge of consciousness. Have a good rest of the stream. Very fair. Very fair. Desset says, if I cheered 600 more bits, would you feel up to reading the last story? Thank you for asking, Death said. I would, to be honest, prefer not to. I am very tired, and it is 2 hours past my dinner time. I am usually at least an hour past it, so I'm used to being late, but it is extra late, so I would prefer to have this be the last story, if that is all right. I am so sorry, Shinny. You have a great story worth talking about. Unfortunately, it just ended up being a long stream. Enjoy unconsciousness, Kansas. Why? I feel like whenever I'm on stream, that could be a prompt mode gets turned down, because I'm like, enjoy unconsciousness. That could be a prompt. But I appreciate your willingness to do so. Death said, I certainly appreciate your support. Nature's Guardian's gonna get going. Bye-bye, Nature's Guardian. See you next time. Consciousness sounds really good right now. I think all of us are teetering on the edge of consciousness. Alright, let us begin. Omnia mutantur, nihil interit. Aracnarquista. Do you hear the drums? The cadence and rhythm change over time. The music is still the same. Isn't it interesting how the song can be the same precisely because it changes over time? Look at that home altar. See the figure over it, holding a brass bow and one arrow. He's a local deity, the hunter who protects the forest. If you walk far enough from this altar, you might find others depicting a similar deity that answers to a different name. Over time, those names become interchangeable, and the community the hunter looks over grows wider. If you follow the arrow of time, a terrible disaster befalls that community, and its people are forcibly transported to another land, where their memories and customs are persecuted. Still, their deities persevere. They camouflage themselves and keep protecting them. See the new altar? It depicts a Catholic saint. But to the people forced to hide their beliefs, the same deity from before is venerated through it. The same way the hunter integrated names and histories to himself before, he now assimilates characteristics of that symbol of another faith. His territory widens as he diverges and differentiates. Change is the only way forward, and one perseveres by changing. And that's how we know a deity is still alive. Even deities mature, if they are alive, as all living things do. The drums keep beating. The same song keeps playing, but the tempo changes. Those who cannot keep the pace eventually have to leave the dancing floor. It is a sad fate that all that now exists will in time vanish and be no longer. But those who can reinvent themselves and be another, those who can grow and adapt, they can make their hunt a new dance and persevere in change, as all living things ought to do. Throw up those tailloids and throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. That'd be so hilarious. If enjoy unconsciousness was a prompt, I could write about feral fiend. Interesting. Well, I'll write it down. Enjoy unconsciousness. Norman Tam, that was deep. Nice. Alright. FYI, this means everything changes, nothing disappears, which I think is very cool. So this story was very interesting. The story was super unique. I think one of the most unique uses of the prompt. I mean, all the prompt uses were very fun and different and gave me new things to talk about with each story. But I feel like this one was especially different. And so I like this idea of a grander scale of metamorphosis, that like you have to change to keep going. You have to change to keep living. It's not just a part of life or something that changes your life. It's something that allows you to keep on living, which I think is really interesting. Author's note, this one lacks polish, but unfortunately I don't have the time to try to do it justice. Didn't want to go another week without posting any story, and the idea of this one kept bothering me to be written, so I wrote it. In the end, it got very different from what I initially had in mind, and it was all written in one go, so I really have no idea if it works or not. Still, any kind of feedback is appreciated. So yes, I will say, I'm very glad to see you write another story, Arachnar. I was very happy to see your name. I've been sad not to see it the last few weeks, and I know you've had lots of stressors in your life lately, so I especially applaud you for getting out a story this week. So I think you did a great job. And so I do, oh, there's an ad break. So I do think it's very interesting, this idea of using the idea of gods to convey change, that like the same god is worshipped in many different ways. I think that's very interesting. I really like the beginning, do you hear the drums? That is an awesome opener that really gets me interested, and very interesting that you have this image of the song at the beginning and the end, and then the gods in the middle. Ad break, the non-subscribers are gone. Time for the real talk. I don't know if I can show you the kitty to give you cat time. There's his bum. There's Kitty Bum. I mean, he's looking at me, but you can't see him. What was I gonna say? So yeah, very, very glad to see you writing this week, and oh yeah, I was talking about the song. So I did have a question on this line here. So isn't it interesting how the song can be the same precisely because it changes over time? Really depends on how it changes. Because yes, if you use the image at the end of the tempo changes, then yeah, like that is the same song. It's just like a little faster, a little slower. You know, if you nightcore a song, it doesn't stop being the same song. But if you change the notes of a song, then it becomes a different song. And then lyrics could be debatable. But it feels like a Ship of Theseus thing, that if it's like, oh yes, the song, you know, I added a verse to the song, and oh, I removed like that chorus to the song. I added these notes to the song. Like, if the song changes so much that all the notes are now different, is it the same song? And so I do feel like maybe a song, or at least maybe a song wasn't quite the right image to go for there, or maybe you just used too strong of a statement of a song can be the same because it changes over time. It's like, I'm gonna need more than that because I feel like if you put a bunch of different notes on the same lyrics, then that isn't the same song, you know? But maybe that's just me. I'm also curious about the brass bow. I do feel like that feels very, I can definitely like picture that in the like in a figurine and stuff like that. But I don't know if it's saying like the actual god uses a brass bow. If so, I have questions, but I do like the image, the idea. I do also like your repeated use of like, okay, look at the home altar, and then like, oh, here's the new altar. I think that's very cool. Oh yeah, a little thing, but it does feel odd for this deity to go from one to many to one again. Feels like if it went to many, it would continue to be many, continue to go out. I also could have, maybe I got that image wrong. Maybe you weren't going for one god as many. But it was a question I ended up having. And I like this idea of the god, you know, assimilating more and more people in these very subtle ways. So, you know, that, hey, like there's a similar one. And it becomes the same, because I do feel like that has happened. You know, I feel like I've heard of that, you know, oh, they used to be different gods, but over time they became the same because they were so similar. I do think that's really interesting. I really like the idea of, like, if you follow the arrow of time, it feels like the arrow shot from this god's, you know, bow and arrow. And I think that's a great image that fits really well with the story you're telling. And then I like using this idea of their memories and customs are persecuted, because that did happen, you know. It makes me think of, like, it's happened with multiple groups, but it makes me think of, like, the Celtic people who had all these, like, customs and gods and stuff, and then when Christianity came, that stopped being a thing. And so I do feel like that's a very poignant thing to talk about. Ooh, yeah, from to an arrow of time. Yeah, that would be a great one. So, for the next part, I do have a question. So, I feel like there's a couple of different options for what is meant to be conveyed here. So, option one is, you're saying that in the world of this story, deities are real. Like, this god has a consciousness, and this god is consciously making choices. And they are basically putting on their Catholic, you know, guise, so that they are the same god they always were. They're just like, all right, I gotta pretend to be a Catholic saint now. Let's work this out, you know. That's option one. Option two is the people who believed in this god pretended that he was a saint to keep the faith alive, that their memories and customs were persecuted, and they camouflage, the deity, that they know that they are worshiping the same god. It just looks like, they're worshiping a Catholic saint. But they aren't worshiping the Catholic saint. They are just pretending, in order to keep their faith alive. Another option is that the Catholic people decided to adopt this god as a saint. That they're like, oh yes, like this god, we'll make him into a saint now. We'll adopt those customs into being a saint. And then the last one is that the saint presides over the same domain. That it's more similar to the beginning part, where it's like, oh, this god is also a hunter god. They started out different, but they became the same. That idea of like, the saint is like a forest saint that presides over the forest and hunting and stuff like that. And so that fits within, the ideas of this deity, the original deity. And so they preside over the same domain, and so they're fusing into one kind of thing. Ragnar, what a moment to be back. So I feel like some of those work better than others. If it's number one, if this is a real god that is camouflaging themselves, that works. If it's that, they just camouflage, the believers camouflage this god as a Catholic saint, I think that works as well. But it doesn't feel to me, and I don't know if I can describe it very well, like it's the same, if that makes sense. That, yeah, like it could be camouflaged, you can be pretending, then that works. But if you're saying like, oh yeah, the Catholics, they adopted, this god and it's a saint now. Granted, I don't know all of history. Maybe that happened and I'm not aware of it, but really does not feel like something that Catholic people would do. And it doesn't feel like it would be the same. And it could be, and the last one works as well if it's just like, oh no, like they weren't necessarily intended to be the same, but they preside over the same domain, and so they kind of merged into one. That could work as well. But I definitely felt like when I got to this paragraph, I was like, I like this. This is interesting. I like this idea, but I feel like I'm having to suspend my disbelief because those two things don't feel the same to me. They don't feel equal. That this Catholic saint and this god of old. But nonetheless, like, I do like this idea of like gods merging and metamorphosizing and changing over time in order to stay alive. It feels very much like in Noragami. In Noragami, if a god is forgotten, then they cease to be. So sometimes they have to do terrible acts to stay alive because they need people to remember them and know them. And it feels very much like that it's like, okay, if I am not remembered, if I am not, if nobody knows me, if nobody worships me, I will die. And so I must, persevere. I must change. I will, assimilate. Get a thing. I do really like that idea. And I do think I have often, I'm not Catholic, and granted, I do not know a whole lot about Catholicism, but I have often wondered, like, it is a little odd to me that, Christians are meant to worship one God, but they often like pray to the saints and stuff like that. And so I can see how it does seem to work in some ways, like polytheistic religions where they are like, oh, like this is the god of the forest and this is the god of the seas. And then in Catholicism, it's like, oh yes, here is our saint who is the patron saint of the forest. Here is the patron saint of the seas, I can definitely see the similarities there for sure. And if it is the option where like the believers were being persecuted so they disguised their faith, That is sad. That is tragic. But there is like this hope to it as well, where it's like it's tragic that they had to do this to keep their religion alive, yet there's like a hope in it that it's not completely dead. You know, they haven't lost it. They just, you know, had to change its shape, kind of thing. I'm very curious about this line of even deities mature if they are alive. And that kind of brings up multiple questions because I often think of deities as being immortal, which is a kind of life, but a different kind of life. And so it's either like inherently they're not alive if you think of immortal as not being, if you think of mortal as alive, or they're inherently alive. And so this line gives me questions. It makes me wonder. But I do like this idea of like, you know, if and I guess like maybe it just comes back down to the like the way that deities die is to be forgotten. And so if they're alive, it just means if they, you know, have not been forgotten, kind of thing. Which that could work if that's what you mean. And I guess like this line does kind of imply that that's how we know that a deity is alive, is if it has changed and it perseveres. But it is an interesting idea of deities maturing, because I feel like that is usually deities are often seen as completely unchanging. You know, they're seen as, yeah, they always look the same, always act the same. They don't get better. They don't change. And so that is a really interesting idea of a deity maturing and actually learning from their mistakes and changing. I do think that's definitely a story idea worth pursuing for sure. And then I like coming back to the drums at the end. I think that's a great image to return to. I like this idea of those who can't keep pace will leave the dancing floor. So, you know, if you can't change, if you can't keep going, then you'll have to get off the floor. Oops, I didn't add the no in there. Hopefully I read it right. And then I like that idea of, you know, if you can reinvent yourself and grow and adapt and learn, you know, learn a new dance, then you'll keep on living. That's what it means to be a living thing. And I think that's really cool. I really like that idea. I just see it. Kurisu says that absolutely happened during La Conquista, and after that, many indigenous deities were demoted to saints or things like that by the Christians to make it easier to evangelize the native peoples. Oh, okay, that makes so much more sense. Even pagan ceremonies are allowed to still exist as long as they had some Christian imagery and other mostly aesthetic changes. That makes more sense. So it wasn't so much as like Catholics going, I like your God, I'd like to worship him as a saint. It was more of like, okay, like we want to convert you. I know you're gonna, you know, not be sure about this. So you can keep a few. You can keep a couple of your gods, but keep them as saints. You know, that does make so much more sense for sure. Yes, it says, I was about to say that happened a lot. Gotcha. Aracnarquista says, about what is the matter with the Catholic saint thing? Not exactly none of the options you imagined, in fact. It is a bit more complicated. As was mentioned, to religious syncretism, it's a thing that happened a lot in lots of spaces in Latin America and the Caribbean due to African diaspora. The figure I am describing is originally an Orisha, but it could also work out as in, I don't know how to say that. I don't know what an Orisha is. I think Kurisu keeps going. So people were technically still allowed to worship their gods, and it didn't clash with the only one God Christian thing, which made it so that there'd be less resistance. That's why, for example, there are so many types for the Virgin Mary. One God, unlimited saints. Amazing. Aracnarquista says, and the people who were enslaved had to hide their worship of their deities and started using Catholic images to pray, but over time their religion changed and some characteristics attributed to the saint started seeping into the other entity. Gotcha. I wish I'd asked you this ahead of time, because that absolutely makes the story work so much better for me, knowing that's absolutely happened and understanding how it happened. That it's like, yeah, it is the same God, the same exact one. He just got assimilated, and he just had to change shape in order to keep on living and keep on going. That makes so much more sense, for sure. And that is interesting. Like, I can't believe I didn't know about this. I feel like I should have been taught this kind of thing. Or maybe I was and forgot. But that makes so much more sense as to why the saints are the way that they are, and why I was like, it seems a little odd that, like, the one God thing, but, you know, you pray to the saints. Like, that makes more sense. It's like, yeah, people wanted, you know, to keep praying to their gods, and the Catholics were like, how do we keep them Christian, but allow them to pray to their gods? Aha! We make them saints. Orisha is an entity of the Yoruba religion. They are also involved in, I don't know how to say that, but interesting. But yes, oh, interesting. Okay, well that makes me feel a bit better. Kurisu says it's actually kind of weird that it didn't happen to my knowledge in the States. Okay, that makes a little more sense as to maybe why I didn't hear about it, is if it didn't happen in the States. Gotta love America. And teaching in their schools mostly about America. No, well, it depends. Either they're servants of God or aspects of God. Gotcha. Yeah, this is like the religious equivalent of when a small business you work for gets bought out by a large corporation. Yes, exactly. Oh, that's amazing. All right. Thank you for the lovely story, Aracnar. It has been a great time, great chat. All right. It is time at last to announce the prompt for next week. So get out those drum rolling mothies. Yeah. So let's see if I can pull it up after Bo messed with things. I think I might try and do my thing. So this is the one time where I actually am trying to get it to minimize. And it's not working, of course. Yeah, it's like, so what Bo did, like, he made it go full screen, and I don't see the minimize or X, you know, buttons at all. They're not there, and so it like doesn't have the option to unfull screen it now, and I can't get my toolbar to come up. If I hit escape, is it gonna stop the stream? Yes, the Puritans, a group of people so uptight the British kicked them out. Robin Williams, amazing. We'll read as soon as I am able. I will watch again, get the comments. Very fair. Alright, I'm gonna try it. Hopefully nothing bad happens. Nope. I'm hitting it, and nothing is happening at all. I don't know, like, what the buttons do, because I know, of course, he hit a key, but I'm not familiar with this computer, this keyboard, so... F11? You did it! It was F11! Thank you so much. Woo! Okay. Alright, thank you guys so much for bearing with me and my technical illiteracy. Alright. Okie dokie. Yes, kitty, I know. I'm almost done. Haha, it is what I thought. Okie dokie. In third place, with... Okay, this is wild. Alright, in third place with 11 votes is Weapons Grade Smile. My prompt wins third place yet again. Alright, in second place we have 3, all with 14. And that is Carry the Flame, Love Bites, and Transfer of Power. All great. Oh no, actually, wait. I am so accustomed to 1 and 3 being tied that I forgot that no. They are no longer tied, and one of them is second. Okay, so never mind. So in fourth place was mine. In third place was all the 14s. So it was those 3 I just said. In second place is number 1, which is Sure. Wait, what? This prompt skyrocketed to popularity. I think Miston has submitted this many times, but this week you guys were like, that one. I like that one. But not our prompt, though. Our winner with 26 votes, which just barely won out, is Horrid Blessings and Wondrous Curses. This was a wild ride. It was one of our closest votes in the archive so far. Like, it kept being 1 and 3 were tied, and then, 1 would start winning, and then they go back to being tied, and then 3 would start winning, and then they go back to being tied. I feel like if this vote had, continued, that it would have kept doing that. It would have gone back to 1, and then go back to being tied, and then go back to 3. But it happened to end where it did, and 3 is, in fact, our winner. Yes, and Luna says, follow up to the Metamorphosis prompt, here we come. So we were talking in the writing group chat earlier where, I forget who started it, but one person was like, oh, I think I might, if 3 wins, I think I might continue my Metamorphosis story. And then another person was like, hey, I might do that as well. And then I was like, guys, I was thinking about doing that. Okay, Documancer started it, then Luna joined in, and then I was like, me too! Yeah, so this does feel like a very fitting follow-up, that, a metamorphosis absolutely can be a horrid blessing or a wondrous curse, or both of those things at once. But yes, so this is basically a prompt about something that is, so I'm probably not going to do as good of a job talking about this right now because I'm tired, but basically this idea of this thing is either meant to be a blessing or called a blessing, or it actually is, but there's something horrific about it. So it could be this is called a blessing, but actually it's pretty dang horrifying, It could be something like, oh, you are blessed with immortality, but it's actually pretty horrifying, that kind of thing. Or it could be something that actually is a blessing, that it actually is a good thing. It just also comes with horror. That horror comes with the blessing. It's a blessing, but... and then Wondrous Curse is similar idea, but the opposite. That it could be something that is called a curse. Actually, it's a good thing. Actually, it's a positive. Actually, yeah, I know it's called a curse, but I kind of like it, Or it could be that, it is actually a curse, in some way, but there is something wondrous about it. There is something good about it, Oh, this is awesome! Mark says, I might be able to continue mine as well, actually, lol. Luna, yes, Mark's continuation gang, roll call. Death said, screw it, I'll continue mine as well. That is awesome. Aw. both, okay, so Luna says, this is the most excited I've been for a prompt in a long time, which is wonderful to hear. And then the next comment is, woo, Death! I know you're saying woo, Death's head, but I just love, out of context, Luna 2024. Woo, Death! Let's see what, if anybody's chatting in the stream chat. Doesn't seem to be. Yeah, exactly. That works really well for this group especially. as a prompt. Wow! Death! Amazing. I'm now afraid because when I was thinking like, oh, I might continue. It was I was like, I don't know if it'll work. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. And now there's more pressure. I'm like, oh, now that we're all doing it, I really gotta try. It's not a maybe not. You gotta do this now, Kaylee. Yeah, true. This is my gift, my curse spread around. Yep, exactly. That a gift can also be a curse at the same time. But yeah, hopefully I'll have more to say in the prompt intro, but I'm tired today, so I think I will leave it there. If you are not read here on the stream, you are not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome, and they do backup readings. You can submit your story to read it to everyone. You can have somebody else read it. You can just lurk. It's a lot more back and forth discussion in the voice chat. It's a lovely time. You can submit your story now to the backup queue. It's first come, first serve. And it will happen in the writing group voice, in the writing group chat, and then you'll get your stories out of the queue. Just make sure to follow the format you see in the other stories. That's awesome, Kurisu. Since we're all doing it, I will too. I just want to be popular. That's amazing. Nika, I'll probably be continuing my story as well with a big time skip. Nice. So you'll do a sequel, but a time skip sequel. Is that a what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Should this be the challenge, or do you want an extra challenge? Because the challenge could be continue, your story from last week. That could be the challenge I make. Or since we're all already doing it before I challenge it, I could make a different challenge, for this. Oh, fair enough, Norman. I'd make a sequel too, but I haven't posted in like 5 weeks. Well, what was the story that you posted 5 weeks ago? Maybe you can... It won't be a Metamorphosis sequel, but it could still be a sequel. Time to raid someone else. I mean, if we can do it simply, but I really gotta go. I really gotta go eat my dinner, so if it's quick, I'll do it. Luna votes for extra challenge. Gotcha. It seems unfair to the people who didn't post last time. The sequel challenge. Well, it could still be what I just said. It could be, okay, if not Metamorphosis, just sequel to whatever the last story you wrote was, But yeah, so if you've got somebody you want me to raid, then give them to me. Is that word that you just said, Mako, a streamer to raid? Who are they? What are they doing?
Hi, kitty. Yes, I know. You want to go too.
They do Japanese culture videos. That sounds fun. All right. So is it raid it's /raid, right?
Yeah.
Raid. Uh-oh, now it's moving up. So it's capital GAIJINGOOMBA. Is that correct? Because I typed that in and it says no matches. Kurisu, bye-bye, everyone. Thanks for everything. Remember to drink water, do crime, and write. Nice. Amazing. So did I spell it right? Mako, what did I misspell? Because I thought I went into it. That says Beware the Blobber is live. Yes, we could do that for sure. Why does it say no matches? It is /raid and then the name, right? Yeah, kitty. Well, I'll try and hit enter and see what happens, but if oops. If we my brain is really not here, but if it works, I am looking forward to next week when I see all the horrid blessings and wondrous curses you've been through since then. All right. Okay, it says unrecognized command. Let's try again. Okay. Hello. Unrecognized command again. I did it with both Blobber and Gaijin Goomba. So, I tried. I tried to hit it. Is there something I did wrong? Like, just hit / and then raid and then the channel. But yeah, so I guess we're not doing it, unfortunately. But I'm glad I tried at least. But yeah, so I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.